Hello, my beautiful humans. As you can see, today we are going to be playing Mod Osu. You know, everybody's favorite. Except I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Hopefully we can play some League soon. I'm hoping I can do a hard song today. I'm gonna like try and get better and better every day and see if I can hit any insane songs, but I doubt it, especially with this darn mouse. I don't know why I have to focus so hard on this song. It's only a normal song, but I am struggling. Oh no. The craziest thing happens with all that. You're chilling. Ah! You're chilling at no way. It's kinda hard to talk. I'm playing this darn game. I completed this song? How? Oh no. How did I complete this? I mean, so far it's not that hard. Oh, it's this song. I suck at spins. I don't know how someone can be physically this bad at spins. No way, a 50 on that? I hate spins. Like, a tiny little circle. How am I supposed to spin in that? I need to make my own UI in this game. No way, I can't go up because my wrist is getting stuck. I wish it would like auto-calibrate a little bit better. I haven't even done this song on normal. Oh no. That must just be trash. How did I miss so bad there? that it? How'd I only get a C on that? Wait, I didn't even have a score for that. Man, I am garbage. Okay, come on. Oh no. That's that is not okay. Get ready for this spin. What? Okay. I haven't beat this song on normal. Oh, I'm so garbage. Okay, come on now. Let's see this. This song is so much easier than I remember. I'm just on some X Gamer stuff today. Like, actually, I'm on a B? I couldn't even beat this song before. Okay. That was a weird song segment. I need to download more songs. I forgot I probably named the stream Valorant, didn't I? Okay, come on now. See? Can you see? What did I name the stream? Let's find out. Okay, let's see. My channel. Osu and Val. Okay, I need to change that. This Osu and maybe League. L-E-A-U-G. I need to put Osu as my game now. Perfect. Now it's new stream title. Oh. Ah, that's loud. Gosh dang, I don't care, League. Oh, there's a whole like tutorial I gotta do. Okay, guess here, I'll play one more Osu song then switch to League. I need a better score on this song, it's just facts. Did I get it? Come on, come on. Better score, better score, better score. No. Okay, switching to League. You guys will get to watch me do the League tutorial. Let me just set this up. Oh, that is like in the most annoying spot. Okay, Osu, I'm closing you.
See you next time.
Yeah, see you next time. No. Why is it like that? Is it above? It's above everything. Put it under that. Perfect. Time to do the Liga tutorial. How do I full screen this? Oh, like, probably... How do I? Come on, start now. It just deny me? Okay. Now that's a bit rude, isn't it? I would say yes, it is. What the what? Probably has to do with my settings. Why won't you full screen? Well, that is the opposite of full screen. Full screen. This is literally not what I want. Let me start. No way. So it is in the settings. There's a video tab. Where? There's like legally blinds. Hold up. Ah, gosh dang. Diggity darn. Let me play it. I guess I'm just gonna have to skip and figure it out on my own. Which is rough. Guess I gotta. Okay. Where are the settings? Settings. No, I don't want these settings. I want the literal settings. Those are not very good settings. They're not good enough settings. Are they the only settings? General, window size. That's not big enough, is it? Oh, that's why. I just need to change the window size, I think. Well, now it's a little bit too big. But that's why. Hey. It's too. No, it's too. It's too big. It is too big. And I cannot reach to the settings. That is a problem. How do I size you down? No. Please, where are the settings? Hold up. If I click play and do a training, and I try and do the tutorial, but I can't click it because this is AIDS. What the frick? Hey, there it is. Small in the window size. Buckaroo. Where's the video? What the? Come on now. So I was like, play tutorial. I can't do the tutorial. Why can't I do the tutorial? No tutorial for me. See, I would love to do the tutorial. That'd be great. Guess I can just play BFT. No. No. No, I don't get to do anything. Well, I guess stuck playing Osu for now. Osu, I'm sorry. Come back to me. I need to set up my league later. So I need you. Close this stupid game. Exit. Osu, my love. Come back to me.
Welcome to us.
Yes.
Click the circles.
No.
To the beat.
No, Osu. Hey, stop it, you two. They're like moving together. It's not okay. I need to move it to Osu.
Click.
And turn off this. Where's... Oh. I need new Osu.
Circles.
I need to show it. And it's way too big.
Click.
There we go. Perfecto.
Circle.
Holy. I hate my chat does that. It's weird. Okay. There we go. back to... What is Osu catch? I'm confused. What is this? Is this the apples? Yeah, what is the apple? What is the apple? Come on now. Like we're also supposed to know what the apple means. What the... What? Why is this a game? How are you physically supposed to reach all of these? What? No way this is a popular Osu game mode. How are you supposed to reach some of these? Is there like a special button I'm not getting here? I feel like this would be a great regular Osu map. What is this? How are you supposed to make it to these sides? It's physically criminal how fast you have to go. With the like, if I didn't cut off earlier there, I would not have gotten the other fruit. What the? Are you supposed to like learn these maps so you can the frame perfect clicks? Okay, this is not fair. What is this? Come on now. Like we're also supposed to... I feel like there's a button that I'm not pressing to move. Like, is there a turbo button? Is that what I'm missing? The turbo button? Nah, I'm out of there. I need to work on my... What's the easiest hard map there is? I have. What's the easiest hard map I have? Probably this. I feel like it's still gonna be difficult. Like insanely. For no reason. They always are. Oh, I remember this one. I have to press so fast, that's why. Like, it's just a bunch of spam. This is the easiest hard song I know. I feel like this is one I could do if I was not just bad at the game. I need to use the double finger, X and Z, but I'm just not at that level yet. Okay. Wish I could slow it down a little bit. What did I just do? Okay, what? How about I play a slow song and try and get used to the alternation? Because it's faster. What did I just start? Oh no. Is it the same? It's the same song. Let's give my best try at one finger. Let me change my map. Oh. I just searched for something really stupid. Well, I need more songs. Okay, this is a nice and easy song. I need to do alternating fingers. on, that has to be an A. A, A. Come on, B. This song is so long. It takes like 4 minutes. No way somebody's supposed to survive that. The aiming on that is crazy for normal. How'd I only get a... Okay, come on now. Bro, what is my aim? It is bad, that's what that is. Oh my gosh! It's like I'm trying to go towards it, but I'm not. How did I only get a D on that? Come on. This has to be an easier hard song, please. How am I not getting it? What the? Man, I suck. Hold up. I need to go back to normal song. Why is that so hard? For no reason. What is the scaling difference? Okay. Maybe I should do X and click. Or just X. Scared to go too far. So I don't end up going far enough. I have to go play Valorant. I'm gonna see if I can get Rags on. Okay. Let's see if we can get Rex on. Here we are. Stop calling, stop calling, stop calling, stop calling. Okay, hold up. That's why. Stop. Boom. Never mind. Let's see. Hello? What's up? What you doing? Oh, really? That's cap. No, no, she's not. She's 53. Get it right. How? Wait, she's only 65? Gosh dang. My grandma's 83. No way. My dad's 59. No way my mom's older than her. Gosh dang. Grandpa, he dead. Otherwise, he'd be like 93. Like 3, 4 years ago. Oh. Uh. No way you just said that. That's crazy. Oh, I see. Huh? Yeah. I'm streaming right now on Valorant. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not you, probably. Maybe me. No, but you should hop on. Okay. Just call me on Discord when you get on. Okay. Hold up. I need to load up my Val. Here's working. Osu Gamers. Hold up. Speak in the mic. Or speak right now. Okay, so they can't hear you. No, I didn't say open Osu. I said close.
See you next time.
Gosh dang. Every time I try and close Osu when I don't have it open, it'll just... What? What? Oh, I don't know. Hold up. I'm loading it up right now. Really? What? I still have the same thing. Dang. Coach is playing right now. Yeah. Okay. You get on first. Cuz. Maybe. That's true. Let's see. Window capture, Val. Yes. Move Valorant. Why is it like this? Valorant? It's bad. Well, it doesn't like freaking fitting. Don't clip that, chat. There's nobody in my chat, I don't think. If you're in my chat, speak now or forever hold your peace. Why does it do this? Oh, wait, preview scaling, scale to window. No. Preview scaling, scale to canvas. That's way too big. Back to window. I guess I'm just gonna have like two little black lines at the top and bottom. Wait a minute. Oh wait. This is why. Valorant is like doing something weird. Yeah, wait, did I do something? I know I did something. Is it this? It is on full screen optimizations. What? Why don't I just restart it? It's being a little weird. There it is. What? I was. He went to go do his dog turn though. My Valor's still opening weirdly. Not in order. Answer. Okay. Talk to you on Discord. Did that help?
Pictures love so I don't know if fucking with the old boys. You gon' get old Rowry's and old boys. These hoes so these hoes are cheap so boys. You gon' get fucked over. These bitches so.
Yo, calm down with that dirty language, boy.
Haven't you shut up, you stupid.
Yo, calm down. On stream.
Is there anything?
Yes, okay, definitely.
Oh boys, you gon' get Chief Sosa. You love Chief Sosa? You love Chief Sosa?
No.
How do you not love Chief Sosa, you weirdo?
Why does it do it like that? I can deal with a black bar at the bottom of my screen, right? Right?
Oh no!
Yeah, it'll be fine. Hopefully. Why is Valorant capturing like that? Like, it is capturing horribly.
What is my username on Spotify? Boys, you gon' get fucked over. Ride with the old boys, you gon' get fucked over. Hey. Oh, what the no? Fucking with the old boys. Ride with the old boys, you gon' get freaked over.
What does that even mean?
Over the years. God, hey!
Okay, that little black
Long
bar will just
username.
have to stay there. Unless, like, oh, that's why. Isn't it?
Username 31TM. Oh,
Oh, there we go. Hey, I finally did it.
1TM.
I got rid of the little black bar.
J5
Okay, I invited you to my party.
J5FC. Hold on, I'm trying to set this up. EZ6. EZ6. I'm
Bro,
a lag. I'm a lag.
What? What'd you just say? Yo, bro, say it to my face, huh? Say it to my face. Come on, let's hear it again. There we go.
I have the spike. Pulling them in. I have
What?
the spike.
Man's aim isn't too good. Hola? Hello? That's weird. Me can't hear him.
I have the spike. Knocking them.
Ah. I forgot about that spot.
I have the spike.
New
I have
setup.
the spike. Knocking them.
Okay. Of
I have the
course.
spike.
This is my training for when I have to go against pro players who insta-headshot me.
Without a star, I cannot.
Okay.
I have the spike.
Dink, 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 dink. Now those stars should all align. Okay, tap. All these stars align. Once I plant, I'll put my wall up.
Spike planted. Well divided.
Ow. Now calm down there, buddy. Ow. I was trying to get into backside, but I forgot how to use Astro. Did I even click start? No, I did not. I was like, what is happening here? There's not a single bot. I was peeking around those corners like expecting some goofy looking metal machine to pop out. There's one there. Is there one here? No. There he is. Okay, I'm gonna plant here so I can suck them off of it with my grabby ability. And then on the instant, I'm gonna pop my, oh,
Well divided.
wow, okay.
Pulling them in.
That's non-shoot throughable? Oh, there's more than one of them?
Hello?
Hola.
Is this Rox?
Yeah.
I have the spike.
What are you guys playing?
We're trying to play Valorant, but I think man is having internet issues.
Found out the next Eminem song I want to learn.
Really? What is it?
It's Nat.
Nat?
Spike planted.
What is that?
It's like GNAT, like a gnat.
Oh,
That's,
like a gnat.
yeah,
Well divided.
it's pretty cool. It's about
Pulling them in.
COVID-19.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. Wait, when was it made?
Like
I
2 years
have
ago.
the spike.
Dang.
I'm pretty sure he's just like almost done making music. I think he might release one more album, but I think he's like almost done making music. Like his last album was 3 years ago.
Dang.
That was the last thing he posted. He said like 10 years. He said, I guess it was like 30 years
Spike
ago now,
planted.
that around age 50 he would quit, and now he's at age 50. So he might release one
Well
more
divided.
album, because I've heard some speculation about it.
Pulling them in.
It's like called
Blasting
like
it.
Call Radar or something is the album name, is what I've seen on like Instagram and some stuff.
Dang.
I have the spike.
Are you streaming right now?
Yes, I am.
Are you streaming on your Xbox or your PC?
PC.
I might start streaming here in a second. I just gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. What is wrong with Rax? What?
Why?
Spike planted.
The
What
group
is-
chat
Blocking vision.
of you, Catfish, me, and you.
Well divided.
Yeah.
What is wrong with it?
I haven't seen any. I haven't looked at it yet.
Good. Do not look at it on stream.
Oh, like Discord group chat?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't show that when I look at it.
Oh, good.
Wait, all four?
You've seen it. You've seen the stuff.
Get this man, get him, capture him. Is that what you're talking about?
No, scroll up and see some of the stuff he's posted.
Oh yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was there.
Those aren't funny, Davis. They're weird.
They're funny. They are funny.
Hello.
Kind of stuff.
Hello.
I have the spike.
You say that's a kind of... Keegan, I think you think too many things are weird. Like, labeling something weird is not okay.
Well, I just did.
Hello,
Well,
hello.
that's because you're gay.
Oh, my bad.
Not actually, but like, come on now.
So what would I use to like record to make like a YouTube video?
What? OBS?
OBS.
Yeah, there's a record video button.
Uh-huh. And then okay, so say I start recording, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like whenever where does it send the clips
Spike
to?
planted.
So, like can I record it?
Your
So can I start
files?
recording that, and then where would I bring those files to like edit them and stuff?
A video editing software?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to ask. Like, where will I go for that? You know,
Oh, anywhere?
video. Cause I know of one, but it's really hard to learn. But I know it's really good, so I'm gonna do that. What's it called? Premiere Pro.
That sounds like something
I
you'd
have
have to
the
pay
spike.
for.
Yeah, my dad has paid for it, I think. Premiere Pro.
Hello.
Hello?
Adobe Premiere Pro is a really good one.
Can y'all hear me?
No, we can't.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Before we play.
Keegan just chooses not to.
My bad.
Well.
Spike planted.
What is wrong?
Well divided.
Start a game.
Hold up.
Pulling them in. Concussing him.
You lose some, you lose some. Yeah.
What?
Turn it back, Turbo.
Okay, what do you eat? Deathmatch? Yeah, deathmatch.
Turn it back, Turbo.
Your ping is bad right now. What you just crashed?
I never crashed in Valorant.
Never, huh?
I've never. The only time I crashed in Valorant was whenever I was at esports.
Dang.
Remember that? And then we still somehow ended up winning that round.
Oh yeah. As you loaded it back up. I need a skin for my Vandal.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
I'll wait for that to load up and play Wordle. I mean Wordle.
No way.
Yep.
This one looks okay. That'd kind of be annoying to use though. This one's fine. Okay, what? This is just an AK-47. Come on now. That one's okay. This one's fire. Fucking lie. Chrono Void Vandal, that's okay. Kill effects. There's nothing special about that. Hmm. Hmm. Holy.
So Davis,
Yes.
what do you usually do to like whenever you're doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're streaming, right? And then you end the stream, right? And then
Yeah.
how do you take your VOD from Twitch and put it on your YouTube?
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to your video and then you're gonna click on it, start watching it, and then click the three dots and click edit. Then it'll send you to your videos creator dashboard, and you're gonna click on the video, name it whatever you want, whatever, and then you're gonna hit download, and then you download the whole video and you send it. Then you take the video and you go to YouTube and you click make a video, and then you click upload, and then you upload. Uploading takes a long time though.
It's this word, Noah.
What?
That's blank blank.
How are you still not in?
Oh no, it's not loading.
You have problems.
It loaded
Hold up,
now,
you-
but not, like it opened it.
Took that long to open itself?
You know, like my Wi-Fi runs at like very slow.
Yeah. Wait, why aren't you using your hotspot?
I am.
Oh.
Hotspot doesn't run at fucking 300 million bytes per second.
You need a better hotspot.
There's only one kind of hotspot. That's not physically possible.
Not SCAP. Yes.
Tsunami. So for Canva, what did you look up to make your BRB screen? Twitch, what?
Oh,
You-
I just did, no, I just did a blank, landscape banner.
Landscape man.
Yeah. It fits perfectly into the OBS.
I'm just gonna look for.
Oh, wait,
landscape
yeah,
banner.
okay, yeah.
That's all you put is a landscape banner, and then you just clicked one and then edited it.
Yeah,
Really?
yep,
You put in landscape banner,
yeah.
and then you went to one of the
A
one of the
blank
many templates.
canvas. No, it was a
Blank
blank canvas. A landscape
You just start
banner.
with the blank and then do it.
I don't see how I can get a blank canvas.
Well, you type in landscape banner and then you look at the one with like the mountains in the square.
Oh. I think. Yeah. Sorry. I'm
Perfect.
whacked. From 3 down to 1.
That was a good ass sneeze.
Yo, who farted? Gosh dang.
Elegant.
Bro, imagine if that's the sound you made when you farted. Just that. Whatever just came out of your mouth. Bro, just in the middle of class you go Or it was like that sound every time you like pointed at somebody. Yeah, that's facts, that's
This
facts.
word. It's a T-A and an E-S.
Yo. Okay, so I already told Rex already knows this, but today we went into the gym and my friend Jarrett, he grabbed the like Mexican candy with the tahine powder. He told me hold your mouth open. So I hold my mouth open and he pours the tahine powder in my mouth. Oh my Oh my god, bro, it was so disgusting. Like, it wasn't disgusting, It was like trying to do the cinnamon challenge, but with tahini. And then he pointed at the trash can. He's like, you know, there's a trash can right there, right? Bro, the worst thing.
Black, shut up.
The worst
Get
thing
a
was that
beat, hold on.
it got into my like cuts in my lips, and that
Uh-huh.
stuff is salty, so it burned. It burned like
Don't
hell
even
was on
white
my
me now.
lips.
I'm trying to finish this Wordle, boy.
Yo, get out of here. We're doing a deathmatch. Hey, your ping got better.
Sorry, Rash, for being rude. It was just I was trying to listen to Noah Davis's
A
story.
little bit.
No, I'm
I'm gonna start telling a lot more stories in funny ways for my stream.
Oh wait, I just said her whole name on stream.
Match
Oh,
found.
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Nobody's
play.
watching me. Just eventually we need to get set in the mood.
Yeah. I just need to change everything. I just need to change.
What do you
your
want me
name
to
onto
call
everything on
you?
my phone to Tsunami. Or to Tsunami.
What do you want me to call you,
Gotta call him
Keegan? Kigi?
Slate. Oh
Potato.
Poto?
Potato.
Potato. No, okay, no.
I'm not thinking Slate. That's like my
Something
go-to
something
word
better.
to start with.
Like, how about
I don't know. Rory is hot.
I'm calling catfish. So that's what I'm
potat? I don't
Potato,
really like
potato,
calling
potato.
you a potato because I think of a literal like medical potato where you can't hear, see, and you're in a medical coma. And I don't really see that in you. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you're not in a medical coma. But
You freaking serious?
bro, why do you sound like that?
Sorry, I think my mic's lagging a little bit.
Not really. Yo, you better not be this neon. Okay, you're not. You haven't even loaded in yet. I know that.
I'm playing Wordle right now, my boy.
Have you loaded in yet?
Oh, tell me. I'm a cipher, so
Your cipher?
I'm 3 footsteps, so I'm probably about to load in. So hold on. I'm close to it.
Wind, show me where to go.
I need to turn my mouse sensitivity up a little
Fight.
bit.
Let's fly.
What do you think my BRB screen should be? Cause right now I'm looking at like, you know
So
how
probably
like,
could be like-
you know how my YouTube banner or whatever is just like the galleon in the background.
Yeah.
I'm looking at pictures of like galleons parked by a dock, and then I'll be like, shit, I don't want to say BRB. I'll just preparing ship or something. I don't know. Or
That's
like
smart.
just
Healer
something
down.
captain related.
You could do it like a parrot saying like,
Sailing soon,
or like
or-
sailing.
waiting to sail.
Keegan,
Waiting to
Mm.
sail.
it could be
Yeah.
sailing soon or something.
No,
Yeah.
waiting to sail.
I'm
Sailing,
a
sailing soon can be your stream
you.
starting banner.
Yeah. I need to make something.
Oh.
I like the animation for it, but I don't like the one it gave me.
What am I bumping into? I'm bumping into my own mouse cord? How?
I'm gonna look up stock photos of parked galleon. Stock photos of parked galleon.
No way.
Cold in my room. Feels good though.
No way.
Not parked. I need to put docked.
Where are you going? Huh? What are you doing?
Shut up!
You
Gosh,
want someone back on that?
dang.
Yeah,
On this different.
on Discord, I have racks on 45% volume out of 200.
Actually,
Yeah,
Maybe you turned me
just-
down.
I did. I turned them way down.
What the heck? Oh, I can't do it anymore. I'm not doing it right. I'm still not loaded in.
I feel
What's
bad
the
for
most
Small.
kills right
how
now?
are you not loaded in?
Because I kept leaving Discord, so. Extra boom, more, Edward.
Move, mouse cord! Oh my gosh! How is my own mouse cord about to get in my way?
I don't wanna know. Go.
Shut up, bro.
Can't hear anymore. Okay, let's get this Wordle. We got an S and a T and an E, okay? Let's start with T, H. Let's get that. What's it gonna be? What's gonna be the chat? Bait? God dang. I'm in.
No way, finally?
Already. Just reloaded my hands, so.
What?
Oh yeah.
Bro, the Sova has the best headphones ever, but he can't, like,
Can't
do
even hear
anything with
anything right
them.
now. I barely hear your
Actually.
voice. Blowing
Enemy
my
kill.
ears out.
See ya.
How did this overhear me?
The Sova can hear anything. Ow.
Shit it on. Oh fuck.
Calm yourself, buddy.
Yeah, little bastard.
Yikes.
You're lucky you're streaming right now.
I think I found my photo. It's not one docked, but
Stay down.
Ten kills remaining.
How does this over this like? And I just get bombarded by Lyra the Marshaller. And I just get shit on by Gun.
5 kills remaining.
No way.
Who's Freddy, dude?
No way Freddy is
Whenever I
camping.
look away. Omen cannon behind that box.
Embarrassing.
I'm so laggy right now.
Yeah.
One kill remaining.
No way. No way.
Could have been first if I tried.
Oh, I got him!
Dang.
Let's go!
Ready to do an unrated?
No. I don't even think my Wi-Fi is gonna last that long.
No way. Swift play it is.
Let's go, dude.
I have my thing, Davis. It's
We're
like
5 and
it's not
17.
it's not one at like a dock or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have it but in the picture, the galleon sails are up. So 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 I have like a picture of it, right? As like the banner or whatever, and then in text I'm gonna put currently anchored, lowering sail soon. So it's like, we'll be like continuing off soon,
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
it's a pretty good idea.
It is a pretty good idea.
Do I have an Ed?
I need to add an effect, I need to outline it.
You better not have to wait in this queue for
Match
long.
found.
I'm sick. 50.
Hmm. I get to play Barber. Wait, please tell me we're attacking. Please let us attack. Please let us attack. Come on, just let us attack.
Terrorist attack.
What?
September 11, 2001.
What?
What?
What? I feel like you were saying something un-Twitch appropriate right there.
I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Because of that person.
Still can't tell what you said.
It's probably a good thing, Davis, knowing him.
Yeah. I think it's good that my Twitch stream doesn't know either.
1954 to 1968 sucked.
Why?
It was the civil rights movement.
What about that sucked? What?
I have to do my own yard work.
Bro, you can't say that on stream.
Bro, I keep. Okay, come on. That ain't even my
He
fault.
was lying to you, dude.
Bro.
That's not even my fault.
Come on now.
Freedom of speech. Come on now.
Okay, freedom of speech does not mean freedom of not getting banned on Twitch.
Song's good.
You're lucky nobody watches my videos. If if I
You're lucky
actually
I'm not popular.
if I actually become a Twitch affiliate, you can't be saying that stuff on stream.
Viewers. How much viewers do you have right now?
I don't know. Let's check.
Made your whole year in
I
2
have
weeks
one,
now.
and it's me. Not even Keegan's looking at my stream right now.
So I'm making a BRB banner. That's not my fault.
Can you at least have my Twitch stream open in another tab?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, bad.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up your Twitch on another tab, and that'll just mute it, so it's like you have a viewer,
Yeah. Hey, the more viewers I have, the more viewers that will join in. For
Oh,
some
it's you.
reason. Oh. I still have
What is
Osu
Osu?
title. That's Osu.
Stop 'em.
Okay.
Valorant.
Weekend just said the N-word.
now. What?
The Weekend just said the N. Is the Weekend black or is he white?
Don't know.
He's black.
Dang. Wait, are you listening to the Weeknd's music, Mac?
Who builds a neoclassical mansion
Are you
in the
listening
middle
to
of
a
an ocean?
Weeknd song?
No.
No? How did you know he just said the N-word then?
Oh, he's at my house right now.
What?
Oh, really?
Look up,
Like,
is the Weekend black? Because he just said the N-word. I may have to cancel him.
Cancel him.
He's
Bro, why am I playing at
Ethiopian.
5 frames?
He's Ethiopian immigrants McConan, Esfe, and Sam
Get my
Amrowit.
plate off of the bed.
Calm yourself.
You calm yourself.
Are
Get
you
my plate off
loaded
the
in,
bed. Or you
Noah,
can
yet?
buy me a whole
Yeah, but I'm
Netflix.
running at like 5 frames.
Here's an idea.
Oh,
Don't put my crap on the bed.
Noah's getting pressed by his mom. Should fight.
Me. There's the
Yes,
dog.
I'm gonna you.
Oh, she
Your
got you
parent.
there.
Get out. Get out of here.
Good night. Going to bed.
I am done
You're tired.
streaming right now. Calm yourself.
Where's the dog? Feed your stuff's not.
Bro, why are my frames so bad in a Swift play?
Dude, my frames are pretty good.
Hey,
On the loading
Davis.
screen.
Tsunami.
Yeah. We haven't.
How do I add the
Alright, that's your
picture,
problem
Davis, to my to the scene?
Wait, there's 2 AFK people. Watch, I'm about to clutch this.
Tsunami.
Is the
What?
pistol round?
How do I add the little thing I just made to my thing?
You just click plus and then you
Last
click
player standing.
image.
Oh, image.
30 seconds left.
Damn, I'm lagging. I am lagging.
Take them out
Yeah,
before
same.
they even pull the trigger.
Shield more, Spectre.
Oh nah, it got worse.
Is it gonna get worse? Baby. Could realize that the Weeknd's a little bit freaky.
Oh,
Carrying spike.
oh nah. Oh, I made it worse.
Last player standing.
Nah, I cannot play. What is the difference between this and the other one? And why is it lagging so bad? Maybe my Valorant game capture will work now.
Top of this tree down, I don't care.
You're doing what?
Whipped out my pistol like it was my Vandal.
No way.
Hey, Davis.
What?
Are you free for a second?
Not really.
Okay. Tell me whenever you are.
Don't tell me I'm not. I cannot play like this. This is
Are
the
you still
worst.
alive? You are.
This is the worst lag I've ever had.
I don't even think it's lag. I think it's just your like
My
probably need to get more
stream.
RAM. Oh my, it's not lag. You gotta get better.
Last
You only
player
have 50
standing.
ping. Oh, I thought it just said you were at 100 something. And you're at 40. It's just you need better RAM. That's it.
Last round.
How do I
in the
limit
half.
my OBS's RAM?
We keep nothing.
No, you need more RAM. Like you need one more
I
8, and an
know.
8 is like it's not that much. $20-$30. And okay, after this match, we're gonna load into a custom, see if it does any better because I don't know. It's not gonna.
I got a
it's not
Vanandle.
Not gonna be fun. Got a Vadandle? What's up? He's meowing. Yeah, way too much. Oh, stop that meowing.
All of our
Fucking
teammates are AFK, just to let you know. And I can't see nothing.
Dude, why do we have to be the ones alive? Bro, he's what?
I don't know about that no more. I almost got killed by Killjoy's turret, just to let you know.
Oh god.
Oh, hey!
Bro, it's
Last
bad.
player
I
standing.
can see that.
Ow, I
Like, you were
can't.
like,
No, I know. How do I limit
Switching
OBS's?
sides.
Hold up.
Match point.
Can I limit
Jet, there's
OBS
nothing on me.
on?
I got her.
my ping's not that bad. Wait, what? Your ping's not even that. Your ping's at 50 right now.
I know my ping is fine. It's my.
Yeah, it's your FPS. Does it say at top right? Does it say low client FPS?
No,
Does it say?
nothing really.
Really? Like nothing really? What does nothing really mean?
It just doesn't say anything.
No charges.
There's
Right,
no
it doesn't
like.
say anything at all.
There's no bad symbols. It's just going slow. Like it goes faster
Probably-
and then it
probably
goes
just
slower as
computer.
well. Yeah.
Water rising.
Probably, it definitely is your computer.
I think it's just my OBS is taking up way too much RAM.
No, I think it's just your computer, honestly.
I basically have
Everybody
Spike
AFK.
planted.
We're
Last
moving a
player
screenshot
standing.
right now.
no way.
Flawless.
Yeah, you're dead.
I need
Attackers
to
win.
absolutely limit this thing's RAM. How do I limit its RAM?
You can't do that. RAM does not work like that.
Yeah, it does.
Bro, just
But
trying to find RAM. What?
I can't get back to my desktop. I had to open a new desktop.
Hey, Dad. Control Alt Delete. Control Alt. Where's the delete? Hey, Dad.
Has McCaskey said anything to you today?
About what?
You like playing? Getting on?
No.
Really?
No wonder. My FPS is limited because my battery is low.
Open up Task Manager real quick.
Max, I think I just figured it out.
Yeah, your battery's low.
Well, if I go to video, limit FPS on battery is on. So I got limited to 60 FPS. No, I didn't. Yes.
What is it? Didn't get mega.
I also turned my graphics quality down a lot. What is this?
Oh.
Davis, why do you need to stream 2 hours a day? You were saying something about that earlier. Why do you need to stream 2 hours a day?
Yeah, so to become a Twitch affiliate, you need to have 3 concurrent viewers, 30 followers, and every week you need to stream at least like
What's a stream affiliate?
a Twitch affiliate. They give you more Twitch like add-ons because they trust you a bit more, and they pay you like $50 to $100 a month.
Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, but you need to stream for at least 2 hours.
Every day?
Not every day. Like you have to have 2 hour long
Match found.
streams. You know. At least. I think it said something about 2 hours. I know you need 2 hours, and I know you have to have a specific amount of streams a week. So I'm just trying to get that many in.
Together, we'll crush them.
Okay, so far it's feeling better after I turned off my limited FPS. But I still am in the character code. Where did he go?
Where did who go?
Rex.
I don't know.
Oh, shoot, my bad. Hold on, let me select. I took Neon, dude.
He was a awesome guy.
Oh my god. Bro, come on now. No way you're about to crawl on my desk. Away! What are you doing? Stretch in, bud. Get that stretch in, blood. That stretch in, blood. Oh, can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
Get that stretch
we
in,
can.
blood.
What'd you just say?
That stretch in, blood.
No.
Even when song ain't it? This song is good. Don't jump, don't jump.
Don't worry,
Okay,
everyone.
jump.
I won't tell them what scares you.
Hey, Davis.
Oh, my FPS is better. It's so much better.
Oh.
It was because I had it
How'd you fix
limited.
it?
I had it limited on backgrounds.
When you fixed it?
Mhm.
I had it limited to 30 frames.
Wait, where?
I think it's counting itself as a background application.
You-
So,
Like, where'd you fix it?
oh, I went to video and I went to settings, video, and limit FPS. I turned all of those off so I would have better FPS. And I also
Turn,
changed
like,
my
limit FPS in menu.
I'll find you.
yeah, I turned all of those off.
Yeah, let me turn it. You're like, never mind.
And then I also changed my OBS's DPI settings, hoping that would make a difference.
Right. To the right of it.
Oh crap!
Hey, Tsunami.
That's three.
Yes.
Whenever you animate a photo, with the camera, can you still set that as your thing?
Animate a photo with your camera. Can you still set it as a what?
As
A
your OBS
BRB
thing?
screen? As long as it's in the form of a picture. That's all you need.
Last player standing.
A media file in the form of a picture. JPEG,
You won't leave me
PNG.
alone today, boy.
Just take a
Yeah,
screenshot.
you can animate it. I can't animate it. Kinda sucks.
Who am I getting a call from?
One enemy remaining.
It is
Yeah, don't
it's Noah. Hold up.
Hello.
Pry open their
Hello.
minds, find the weakness.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up? Oh, it's going good. How about you?
Pretty good. About to hop on the realm.
Nice. The other two? Oh, Hamer Shamer joined. Keegan did not.
Stop playing with me.
No charges.
I want
Where are Mark one.
Oh, he's up there already.
Spike down.
That Omen had
Spike
Phantom if you
down,
want to
B.
grab that.
My ult's ready.
I wasn't even looking, dude.
Reloading.
How did you pick up the Omen's Phantom while flashed?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can
I didn't. I don't have a Phantom. I have a Spectre.
Oh, you are the Spectre kid. Okay.
Gotta go.
Oh, I thought you were Neon, that's why.
I wish I was Neon.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Dang, that was rough.
You like get off of my computer. So lay down right here and I won't have
we
a
know the
problem.
drill.
Gosh, dang it. Omen just immediately took that diffuser. Not diffuser, planter. Man was hungry for it.
Have you guys read Overwatch? Not Overwatch. Valorant. lore?
I actually just got done reading
No.
Overwatch. Good
Oh,
book,
really?
honestly. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's goated, man. It's like 1990s thriller.
Mm.
Water rising.
Is that the theme song?
Yeah.
Back here. Oh my god, I hate Killjoy. And why are you standing on my laptop?
Killjoy.
Ultimate ready.
Spike down A.
Go, go, go.
Why is Valorant so goofy? Why do I have to click the button like 5 times?
In
Spike planted.
Last player
I'm
standing.
garbage. They're defusing! They're defusing! They're defusing! They defused!
Max, I'm gonna put you on Judge Judy and sue you for hurting
Last
my
round
ears.
before the switch.
Spend
I
your
said I'm gonna
cash.
put you on
Don't
Judge
distract.
Judy and sue you for hurting my ears.
Yeah. I'm gonna put you on.
Bad.
You are not the father.
Alright, I'm on Valorant.
Nice.
Judge Judy is bad. That's my celebrity crush.
Oh, yeah. Same.
Real. What?
Yeah.
Why is my system messages in all caps? It just said invite sent.
I'll find you.
You probably changed it on accident.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Look at the Vandal off right now. It's freaking expensive, but it's cool.
Okay.
I think it's expensive in this doggone game. Oh, big, dude.
How many credits? Holy crap, that
Spike
gun's
down
like
mid.
20 bucks.
For the camo.
Yeah. Woo. Woo. Why are all the guns so expensive?
Where did bro come from?
Oh no.
Last player standing.
Yeah,
Blocking fire.
You should run.
that's her ult, isn't it?
Water rising.
Oh,
No,
behind you,
I'm
behind you.
thinking of someone else.
Wave crashing.
Don't worry, I sent the whole Atlantic Ocean on him.
Oh no, she does. She has something called distance.
Stay down.
Basically, she becomes
30 seconds
invisible
left.
to eat somebody's.
They found me.
I'm not trying to listen to bum-ass
Switching
country
sides.
music.
Match point.
No, we're not gonna surrender. I accidentally clicked yes. Please click no, Max.
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
No
Wait.
way.
Win.
I accidentally did. I'm sorry.
Reloading.
Gosh dang. I mean, I guess that's fine. We get to play with Noah faster.
Get out of my laundry basket! Oh my god, dude!
These
Because
cats
you
are
don't
going
like
on
your
an
cat.
exploration. Oh my gosh.
And I'm so fucking
Bro, you should have named one of them Dora and the other one Mappy. Like, gosh dang. What was that stupid
What?
map's name? In Dora the Explorer?
It was Mappy.
It was actually... No, shot, bro.
I'm not even. Yeah.
That
I'm
is-
gonna name one Dora and the other one Boots.
Oh,
Isn't
that's
Map,
fire.
Like short for minor attracted person.
Can we
What?
run up a private?
I'm not even kidding.
Can we run up a custom?
Why?
Okay, who votes for
Definite?
custom?
I vote.
It could be a
I
warm-up
can't play right now.
if you want to
online.
think about
That's the only
it.
reason, because it's just gonna be 4v5s. Who's hanging on for bro's life?
What are you talking about?
Tears for another savior. Tears for.
Yo, Kian.
You guys moved channels. I was just sitting there
On
like,
team, on
all the attention. Bro.
Tears for another.
Wait, this is channel. This is a call.
Yeah. We moved to
What are you
the 4
doing?
people group DMs.
Savior. Tears for another.
Deathmatch.
Yeah.
I'm not streaming
I'm not
right
you,
now, but I
Jordan.
have a lot of cool like I made a really cool AFK screen. I made a starting soon screen, and then that's about it. But I think it looks really cool.
Nice, dude.
So yeah, so whenever I start streaming,
Savior.
I probably won't for like another hour.
Okay.
Are you guys still waiting in the lobby? Like in the loading screen?
We're in
We're in the
warm-up.
warm-up.
I can't
Yeah,
seem to
neither.
find Noah, though.
I'm messing with my settings right now.
Oh,
I have to change them every time we go to esports.
Oh, yeah.
every
Oh
time we-
yeah, because like my sensitivity is so much slower at home.
Well, my
What-
sensitivity is so much faster here. I can't. Yeah,
Mhm.
slower. Okay, I don't know what it is. The mouse moves so slow.
It's the
But-
mouse pad, that's why.
It's not the mouse pad. What?
Yeah, that,
Yeah.
That don't make
That
no
does
sense.
not make sense.
It's the
It does.
computer's like actual mouse sensitivity. Like it's built in.
Mine's like the
sensitivity.
same at
Okay,
home.
my issue, whenever I'm moving it across the screen, it's really slow, but whenever I get in
Oh,
game, it's really
oh,
fast.
okay.
But that choice was made.
Hmm.
You fucking retarded cat. Why are you dragging on my
In the moment.
legs?
Yo,
I
yo,
can't
calm
hear
down
you
with the
guys.
R word, brother.
Are
I'm
you
talking about my
streaming,
cat.
Noah?
So
Yes,
it's
I'm
okay.
streaming.
Dang, Max's cat's really freaking.
Call them intentionally
What if he's-
stupid.
What if he's really like? What if he is really the R word?
Can't say it.
I can.
No, you can't. That's offensive to the
Oh.
R word people.
I don't give a fudge.
Poor Keegan, man.
Oh wait, you're not retarded.
Bro, calm down with the word, brother.
Go right now.
I'm gonna
Just outside.
ban you from my Twitch stream.
Do it.
It's a
Bro,
little
I thought you
goofy.
just said something.
Like, I need to turn my sensitivity up higher.
Yeah, I had to do that too.
I can't believe Bryce plays with such low sensitivity.
Yeah, it's insane. Like he was able
Hey,
to
Keegan, are you-
dominate his computer.
Are
Or
you able
things.
to, are you doing okay, Keegan?
With what?
I don't know. You got, like, suspended?
Oh yeah, I got jabbed in the nose. Yeah, I'm good.
Nice.
Whenever I put pressure on my nose, it hurts a little bit, but way better than it was like 2 days ago.
Hmm.
So I'm good.
Too slow.
Bro,
Yeah.
I
you
haven't
want-
seen one
you want-
person.
Do you want us to leave Josh Bellinger alone with Max for a bit?
What?
Like in the bathroom?
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, do that.
Okay, alright.
If you wouldn't mind. You know?
Bro, what just my screen shook.
That's the
It
power
shook.
of the bulldog.
What? That's goofy.
Lagging so bad.
I can tell. I am just the worst aimer in existence.
Actually, I
Ow.
thought you were messing with me.
No, I literally missed all those shots.
You were just messing around.
Right now, I'm like loading it.
Ah, shut up.
Came around the corner with Odin. What else do you expect me to do?
Bro,
Yeah,
you
that's
could buy an
facts.
Odin.
Can, dude. I don't have enough money.
Ah,
Bro, actually tripping.
I was whipping out my op and then you shot.
You're whipping out your what?
No way, double Odin.
McCaskey.
Yeah?
What I'm doing right now is I'm making it so
I
like,
missed.
I'm loading into every game that I regularly play, and I'm just loading it up and I'm assigning it to my OBS. That way, whenever
Actually?
I'm like ready to play it, yeah, I can just
Oh,
click on
nice.
it, and then I'm good. I've got Minecraft, I got Raft, I'm about to do Ark.
I just have mine on display. Like I just stream whatever I'm seeing.
Oh, you have
Yeah,
display capture? Mm, that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
tried to do that and it broke for me, so I just have to do it a different way.
He has to use window capture.
Yeah.
I can get window capture to work.
Window
a black
capture.
screen. I even
Really?
assigned I signed it to Valorant. I was streaming Valorant, playing Valorant, and it's working. I just use it display.
Holy, you're lagging. You know what? I'm pulling out the Ares.
Gravity's holding me back. This world
Shut up, rat.
is just a- Bro, I know how to sing.
If you want to sing, maybe go join a choir.
Am in choir. I'm the lead singer.
sad.
Why do you think that's funny?
Oh man.
That's sad. I'll be honest.
Excuse me. Keegan, is there like a rivalry between the band and the choir?
No.
No.
A lot of people
That,
who are,
like, the
who are
cat
in
is
band are in
money.
choir. You can't really do that.
Really?
Oh, I was hoping you guys were like choking each other out.
Yeah. Wow, my aim is just that bad.
For some reason, I can't live stream Ark. For some reason, so.
So just live stream it. It's not that hard.
Rax, I'm gonna punch you in the throat.
It's like press a live
Bro's trying to
stream
get
button and
suspended
it's
again.
good.
I am.
Yeah.
No. In a video game. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, in Minecraft.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like live.
How did you know?
I didn't know. I'm literally just walking. Cooking.
Oh.
You know, maybe I shouldn't make threats
I'm not
to
playing
people.
around anymore. I'm
Because
running
now,
out.
now if I make a threat to someone, like jokingly, they're gonna think I'm
I'm
serious.
not playing anymore. I'm using the Marshall.
Really?
I always think you're serious, Keegan.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, come on. I can't hear any in-game audio.
Max, you're pulling
Ow.
No, it's because I'm like blasting music into my ears.
Oh.
Oh, that's your fault.
Yeah.
Why do my fingers stink, dude?
Probably because you've been scratching your butt.
Nah,
Digging.
man has not been scratching. Yeah, he been digging.
Yeah.
He been adventuring.
5 inches.
What? Come on now. Let's be PG. It's a stream.
Dang, y'all really did that. Y'all really doubled.
Kill confirmed.
Why are you up there?
So,
If I do that, my hands like go up
Something
like 30
is-
degrees in Fahrenheit. Why are you there? Like, why are you holding? Oh my. I'm done.
I heard you
I'm
walking.
getting
You
off.
don't freaking slow
I'm
walk.
turning off my
dude.
music.
Oh, why are you up there?
don't ask.
so McCaskey,
Yeah.
how are you? Are you live streaming from your PC?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, whenever
Ah!
you load up Xbox app, right? How do you live stream games there? Because you're just live streaming your actual
I
screen,
actually
right?
know how my friend ran into this problem. I got you.
What?
Okay, so you press the live stream button and it should just start doing it.
Yeah. Are you meaning audio? Or like what?
No, the actual screen. Like it won't.
You can just do
1 minute
display
remaining.
capture.
I don't know. I don't play games from my Xbox app, so I can tell you.
Just like press the live stream button, it should just start.
Raps.
I think it's
you're
just, I have display capture, so it makes it a lot easier. I just
Noah, he's gonna
Yeah.
kill you.
Okay, let me try that. Let me try. Window capture.
Die,
He's
boy.
giving you back shots. He's giving you back shots.
Shut up, bro. Come on now.
Hey, look, now he just got killed.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Calm down with your inappropriality.
How was that inappropriate?
yeah. How's that inappropriate? You got a
You-
dirty mind.
He was giving me. Okay.
Yeah, like what's wrong with you?
Honestly, that's all I'm saying.
Man is using the bulldog.
Ah,
10 seconds left.
eh.
Oh, I was trying to knife you.
Oh. Gosh dang it, Noah won.
All the more reason to
Why is that a
coordinate.
gosh
Alright,
dang
that's
it?
second place.
So I wanted to win.
That makes sense.
Um,
Oh, y'all.
Let's go.
Wait, Max, do you have Minecraft?
he has it, but it can't work.
Do you have Minecraft on your computer? Nope. That's rough.
That is
Why not
rough.
to buy it?
You use display capture.
Yeah.
And you just press live stream. Run that back one more time.
So
I don't know.
so you just have it on display capture, and then you go to your game, and then it's recording your screen.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna start streaming for a second. And then I'm gonna pull it up on my phone. Let's see.
What are you loading us into?
Swift.
Alright, I'll do once this play maybe unrated, then I'm gonna hop on the Rome.
Okay.
The ones we're playing.
Oh yeah,
off.
Mikowski, I finished up your stuff.
Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna start streaming.
Okay. I basically already have my 2-hour stream. I'll probably stream for like 4 hours tonight. That's gonna be rough on my computer though.
I'm also gonna stream for a very, very long time. I'm probably gonna do some E4, Valorant, Minecraft, and more.
Dang. I'm basically
Right.
just gonna
Ooh,
stream till I decide to get off.
Ah, yeah. Oh, why is... Okay, Streamlabs is really weird whenever I start streaming from Streamlabs. I don't know why. It always tells me that my Twitch
Match
settings aren't updated.
Oh.
Hey,
dang.
Mr. Mikowski.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna start sharing my screen in our call. Could you just like look at it and try to help me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Here, I'll help too. I'll help
Not
too.
you, Max.
Okay.
We
I'm
know
sharing
that.
it, right?
Oh.
1 second.
Okay.
Just
No,
press
no,
live
no,
stream.
no,
It
no,
should
look
start.
at it. Bro, Max, shut up.
It should just work if you press live stream, but.
Alright, so what's the issue?
Okay. Well, first I want to show you this. So this is my sailing soon screen. This is like whenever I'm like prepping stream or whatever. You know. That's
Mhm.
always
I'm
for
Is that
Joey
Sea of Thieves
Keegan?
art? Is that Sea
No,
of
it's
Thieves?
not. It's not. It kind of looks like it, but it's not.
That's
And then
good, Keegan.
this is my AFK screen.
Nice.
You like it?
Yeah.
Oh crap!
Right, anyway,
I need to put
problem,
Pando
right?
back on.
So
Oh.
Panda.
it's picking up game audio, right? It's
Uh-huh.
picking up game audio because I can hear it through my phone, but it's not picking up this actual screen. It's not picking up this. I wanted to
Us
pick up
talking?
this. What?
Us talking?
I wanted to pick up the Sea of Thieves gameplay. How do I do that?
Oh, is it not?
No, I have it on display capture.
Oh, well, you gotta. So, Keegan. Okay, so it is trying to show all of those.
All of what?
All of your sources.
Uh-huh.
All of the sources you have in a scene, it's trying to show, and it shows them in order of first. So if you press the I, it should hide them. And you can just repress it when you want to show them.
I think it's showing more. I think it's just trying to upload all of them at once. So if you press the I, it should just.
Bro,
show
shut
one.
up, Max. Actually.
I'm trying to help, dude.
No, you're
Do I put on
not.
overlay or no?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, your overlay should be there.
Okay. So I have it on Sea of Thieves, and then I go over to Sea of Thieves.
And now you can check it on your phone.
I don't know how delayed it is.
Oh, because me.
Okay,
you
yeah,
got it.
it's not there.
Oh, yeah, never mind. That was all you, McCaskey.
So what do I do?
I literally had no idea. Here, I'll share my screen. It's probably gonna put me into Valorant.
I got it. I got it. No, I'm not even kidding. You ready? You ready?
That's so weird. Why doesn't it?
Just play one at a time.
Are those our enemies?
Yeah, so this is mine.
I can't. It doesn't say.
Put bro in my hoodie pocket.
Oh, well, I put it in the Discord.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah. This is mine in Streamlabs. It's literally just my overlays and display capture, and everything on top of all the overlays go on top of the display capture. And yeah, it's literally, I literally just, this is all. I only have the display capture, and it works. I don't know why.
We're in Catfish.
You don't even have it selected right now. What?
Well, it's not on right now. It's not on right now.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I didn't have time to set it up.
That's so weird. Why doesn't it? That's so weird.
Just died.
You might need to configure where your game audio is going. Man, I'm freaking trash. That's that's crazy.
Feeling sight.
I'm gonna try and do my stream now. Catfish, no, don't work out. How did I do this again?
Spike down. Attacker spawn. Last
Lazy's
player
good.
standing.
Yeah, all Reyna players are just good.
Left, come on now. In your headphones.
I wish there was
Left
op
there.
skins, like operator skins,
One enemy remaining.
agent skins. We need agent skins.
Yeah. We do need Asian skins up in here.
Agent skins.
Is he fucking blind or deaf?
I think deaf.
30
Did you see the bullet come from where he shot?
Yeah.
Or do I just have that sense?
How?
Oh my, he's in a
Wow.
1v4.
I
Oh, man.
heard clutch. I don't even need to see it.
She got 4 kills. This is crazy.
So now I can hear my game audio. I got that to work,
Mhm.
but I can't see the screen.
Like through OBS.
Yeah, that should be that would be an issue with OBS.
Yeah.
Probably your issue.
I can show you my OBS in a second if you want to look at it.
Just make sure you have all your overlays go first, and then display capture directly below the overlays on anything else. In
All
between
your
those two.
overlays go first. Make sure that is.
Okay, Max, actually shut up.
Okay, my bad.
Hey, people! Oh my god.
Run, Forrest, run!
What does that symbol mean?
That means
don't
KO
know, but
knife
it's on the
suppressed. They can't use their abilities.
Okay,
Suppress this.
I'll figure out the Xbox application.
There's at least 4.
I am going to try to
They're all inside. A.
try to do some VR stuff real quick. See if that'll work.
Nothing, tag them.
Last player standing.
No way.
Oh, holy crap! That guy's
Holy.
cracked with the Marshall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he quick peeked you.
Yeah.
Where are we going this time? Remember
Quick
what
scope,
worked?
dude. I would've just dodged it. Like, come on now.
Man,
Alright.
Swift plays crazy. I already got heavy shield battle.
Cassie. Next time that happens, you wanna make sure like you just dodge it. Or you just don't get shot next time.
I'm
Dang,
glad you're getting off.
that is horrible advice.
Good advice. What are you talking about? Oh, so if someone's aiming a sniper,
Get out
you
of
just
my
wanna
way.
you just wanna gonna get shot?
I'll make sure to just dodge it next time. Sorry, man.
Light!
Like, make sure like you move your head. Just look the other way.
She has knives.
Can't even kill anybody. There's no point.
I tagged Jet twice. Not Jet, Neon.
Get your butt back here.
Please.
Neon has her
Down,
ult.
attack
I'll
Attacker
be
Right.
spawn.
1v1 because I'm not winning.
Come on. The Neon's like
behind you.
3 tap.
Holy
Nice.
crap. There's no way this guy's using default
Last player
crosshair.
standing.
My bad.
That's crazy.
Grab my
Guess it's
mouse!
Yeah.
They're behind you. He's got sound on. He's kind of stupid.
One enemy remaining.
He has this
Or
ult
not.
up.
Clutch
Wow.
this. That's the Reyna. He ain't clutching this.
Roller to just a low walk.
Slow walk, crouching.
Go ahead.
30 seconds left.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, why? He knew where she was. He did not need to suppress her.
Last round
He
in
always,
the
I
half.
don't, I don't.
So no.
That's the KO addiction. They have to suppress anybody they see. Don't be
What is up?
giggling, chuckling like that. What even was that?
That was a snicker.
That was a snicker.
Said what? Yo, chill. You can't say that on stream.
Yes, he can.
What,
That's
snicker?
you.
You don't know what a snicker is?
That Snicker bar.
No.
He said I hate Snickers.
Target down.
There's a jet over here.
Flooding them. Flooding them.
Lazy would be the one to get him. It's Arena versus Arena.
Jet is on top of the boxes, like up here. Here she was.
He's behind you, behind you, behind you.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, she's definitely still up there. Yeah. Good
Nice.
job, KO.
Switching sides.
Oh dang, that was fast.
Good. One step closer to being back in pajamas.
Oh no.
Wheelchair.
Give me
This.
this one. Thank you. KO entrusted me with the bombs, so I better
Yeah. Oh my.
fulfill
Come on,
his
now,
wish.
get back over here.
I think I figured it out
Can't be
for the
teasing
Xbox
me.
stuff.
Reloading.
Back.
I think
What'd
I
you
figured it
do?
out for the Xbox stuff. I just looked up a video. It says that apparently there's an option in OBS called game capture instead of window capture, and then you click the thing you want it to look at.
Yeah,
So,
see, game
Oh.
capture
Figure it
never
out,
works
Wiggins.
for me though.
Oh, that's what I was doing. I was using game capture.
Keegan, I think I
It
figured
didn't
it out.
work, so I
Yeah.
went to display capture instead.
Hey guys, can you translate to me what Rax is saying? I have him on like 2% volume.
He said, "Hey guys, I think I figured it out."
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna just make sure it's on game capture.
Rax.
Wave crashing.
Game capture literally never worked for me because games that like don't allow third-party services will just send you a black screen.
Yeah, that was my issue with Valorant.
Love getting black
Same.
screen.
Game capture.
So I had to do window capture.
Hey, they're in the
instead.
tunnels.
One enemy remaining.
Capture.
Sitting right on
Hey, there's
bomb.
neon coming from behind.
Yes, it's working.
Max.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry.
Nice.
Your
Okay.
journey ends here.
Please, 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 please. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die yet.
yes.
enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Vandal
Kids that
already?
just beat stage 3 cancer whenever they see Goku.
Okay,
No
bro.
way.
How are you
Before we go,
supposed
can I
to
say
say
something
that?
quick? The screen doesn't matter, but
You
look.
can't say the R word.
This
but
is,
you can just say what he just said.
AFK.
Yes.
What is this?
How does
And this is my
what he says doesn't offend anybody because by the time the stage 3 cancer
Yeah,
kids
Cancer patients.
okay, how are the tier 3
No, they're
cancer
all dead
patients
from
gonna live
Goku.
to hear this?
Yeah, Goku killed them all.
So you guys are
Exactly.
talking
He
about
need to
dead
prove
people?
that he's stronger. He's trying to find stronger opponents, man.
Like the cancer kids.
Okay.
Oh, messed
They're
up.
really strong. I believe in their struggles.
Swarm grenade.
Man.
Just grow hair. Like, come on now, it ain't that hard.
You just bended so many people.
Who?
Oh, McCaskey
Good.
did it?
Talking about Rax.
He just offended dead people. That's what he offended.
Spike down A.
Where I got the freaking Tom and Jerry laugh. I didn't do it on purpose.
Well, I'm glad I got the sword. That's pretty cool.
No, you need to get a monitor to hook your laptop up to.
Yeah, right now I'm hooking it up to my TV.
Monitors aren't even as expensive as you think. I think mine was like 150 to 200,
Gosh,
and it's
dang.
pretty big.
Yeah.
Bigger than
30
the one at
seconds
esports.
left.
I have a 75-inch TV.
Max, he needs a
Do I
plan.
plant or does he?
You needs a plan. Slow. HHS
I was camping the
Esports.
whole
Um,
time.
Yeah, it's
Get ready. I go.
I also would have thought we were teammates.
Dang.
Just camping it.
Also, you're lagging.
I
really
thought,
bad,
I thought
so-
we were about to win too. Oh, my cat's laying down on my footy. It feels so good.
That sounded a little too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's making my chest warm, and he's purring.
Okay, now that's nice.
Yeah.
It feels.
Oh, shut up.
Rack.
Bro.
The poor cat.
Actually, Zoophile.
Oh,
bad.
Rax, you actually need
Dang,
to
you
stop.
just won
Like,
$7 million on our game.
Boombot.
Not the boom bot.
Okay, what the hell is a boom bot?
Rax, you actually need to like stop though and like chill out because you're actually gonna make some people, including myself, a little bit uncomfortable. You just need to chill out a little bit, alright?
I'm just trying to express my feelings.
Bro,
You
stop
gotta calm
gassing
down.
me.
Well then don't
This ain't
expect.
World War I Germany.
What?
Yeah, mustard gas.
Oh, yeah.
Love that
Oh, she
stuff.
just
That tastes
didn't-
so good.
Yo, Reyna's
How?
getting killed.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Boba.
Last
No
player
way, no way, I'd
standing.
reload. I could have killed him so easily.
Stealing set.
One.
Gosh dang, that took so many bullets.
How did he ace? Man? He's got lucky. He's getting lucky.
Match point. The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts.
I had caps lock on.
So did he.
Oh,
I just accidentally press caps lock all the time.
yeah.
What was that? Let me get my freaking pepper spray out. Indian creep.
What? Okay, come on now, buddy. Are you actually trying to get me banned?
What did I do?
It's true, though. It's facts.
I spelled it wrong.
Who?
No, that's
Wait, what
cap.
did? We're not. I don't think we're even. Oh, that's what.
Spelled
Man,
it
that
backwards,
man
they're
just
gonna
stood there shot me
understand.
twice. Okay, that's rough.
Spike down A.
Spelled
Oh,
it backwards, so they didn't understand what I was saying.
oh, really? Nobody understood that. Not a single soul could have.
Oh wait, you were saying something?
Well, he typed in chat.
Yeah. I don't see anything, man. I don't.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
neither.
speak- I don't speak in general.
What did you just say? We gotta go the other place.
I typed something bad backwards. Oh, it probably got you banned now, because it's called, I think it's called a racism, but I can't quite remember.
What?
Oh, I love racist. Especially I like the NAS, the
Especially the Reese's Pieces, dude, they're so good.
Yeah, I like the Daytona 500. That's
Oh, yeah.
That one's the, that's my best racist. One I hate the most is probably the George Floyd Special Edition one.
what?
What?
Tastes
Nah,
nasty.
no, that's actually racist. Hold up.
Is that
I'm talking about a candy. Oh my god.
There was never a George Floyd candy made.
Special edition.
There,
Nah.
definitely right there.
Placing alarm bot.
When is
How
her
did he get
wall gonna
famous?
go down?
Is it just because he got kneeled on?
Placing swarm
Is
grenade.
that how George Floyd got
Swarm
famous?
grenade out.
You
Wave
know?
crashing.
Swarm
Shield
grenade.
going up.
Dead. Okay, third on.
Planted.
Could've just took one
Behind
big
you, behind you.
breath.
Spotted B. One enemy remaining.
No, he's right.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my god, he's so
Please
good.
use the Hallelujah.
Dang, he's good. How close did he get?
I was not
That's
meant
low.
for this
I mean, I
climate.
basically was
Let's
right next
go.
to him if you don't think about it.
If I
Dang.
don't think about it,
Really just not gonna
Just like
think
what?
about it then.
dang.
How much XP I get there? A lot. That's not
Hey,
a lot.
Catfish.
Yeah, you can just call me Noah.
Huh?
No, because we need to get used to
No, I'm
streaming
getting a
and
drink.
stuff.
Max, are you dipping? Or are you playing an unrated?
I'm playing.
You're playing in a whole on.
Whenever
Okay.
you get on Catfish, do you want to, what
Yeah,
do you want to do on
I'm
Minecraft?
playing unrated.
Well, I'm probably gonna place
No,
that
no, no,
stand
no.
that I said I would place.
I'm not taking them out.
But are you wanting to do something? Like, are you gonna work on your
They asked me
base?
if I was
Or
playing
what are you gonna
unrated.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do.
because what I plan on doing is, I mean, I don't really have anything like in mind to do specifically, but I just need to like stick to a topic so I can do for like 2 hours or whatever. That way, because I plan on like every stream I do on the Realm, I plan on making it into a video, like
Hmm.
bringing it into like an editing video software, and you know, just.
Hmm.
Bro, Ava's rude.
Very
Match
rude.
found.
She also sounds like
like-
a Visco girl, like a 12-year-old Visco girl.
Well, I'll.
She was
well,
like,
okay, so what do
how are you
what do
supposed to,
want
like, how are you about to stream? She's like, that's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
So what were you wanting?
I-
Keegan, like, you don't want me to work on the thing right now?
No, I don't care what we work on. I was just wondering
She's just
because
kind of
like you don't have to
annoying.
place this hand today at all if you don't want to. But I just want to do something like because I'm gonna give you your armor, and then what do you have in mind? Are you gonna go to your base and do whatever?
Yeah, I'll probably go to that spot or make a bridge to it, and then start. To be honest, most of my stuff probably being creative, making ideas for it,
If
so
I
I
get on
can get more
Minecraft,
material
can
list.
we like bridge or like go to that spot?
Max, you don't have Minecraft.
Dude, I swear, I bought it.
On your PS4?
I'm on PS4 right now.
No, you're not.
You're not. We're in a Valorant. Bro is
Are you
hacked.
doing?
Okay, just because I'm preemie, I mean you guys aren't. Don't mean you guys have to get on me.
Bro's playing
I just have
keyboard
that-
mouse on his PS4.
That was crazy. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
No.
You aren't.
Oh, my
You better
bad.
sit down.
My bad.
Rex,
for
are you
show.
doing the Reyna contract?
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
I'm almost there.
Why did you
Yeah.
say it like that?
Yeah.
Why you
why?
say like that? Why you say like that?
Yo, bro, calm down. No mockery in my Twitch stream.
mocking anybody.
This is our Christian Twitch stream.
No, it's
Exactly.
not. It literally is not for kids.
It's not for kids, but we're not telling
It's
them
not for
that.
kids, but we're still Christian.
Exactly.
No, we aren't. I mean, yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we
I
are.
am.
I am.
I am too. I'm a man of God.
I doubt that.
I am.
I bet you slander him on the daily.
No, I don't.
Bro is fighting for
Bro,
the
I was in the van with all the
What?
esports
Oh.
kids, right? And we were coming back, and then they all go, "We're all atheists," and I'm sitting there in the corner like, "Dang, that's
like
rough."
That group.
and then Jordan goes, "I'm a Buddhist."
Yeah, I think Jordan would do that. Like, and he wouldn't be joking about it either.
Yeah, and then
Buddhism
Bryce
tastes
was like,
great.
"Bro, that's sick."
Buddhism tastes so good.
What?
How do you generate exactly?
It's a food, isn't it?
Kid.
Killjoy
Mm.
Burger,
machines
but
go
it's
like
called
a billion volts. Don't touch it.
Buddhism. I mean Buddhism.
Do you not know what Buddhism is?
Who's the one with the doogie PC? Alright, let me look at the names list. Probably that weird D gobbler. Yeah.
Oh my ping, that is a 976. Do you see him? Look, Medi Gaming on the second row. He's unplugged. He just disconnected.
Look at it. He
Yeah,
disconnected.
look at that.
He disconnected.
What a
He
rising.
ain't that bad. It's bad.
Hey, behind
bro.
us, behind us, behind us.
Hey, watch. You stop crawling and like sucking on my neck,
What? What?
bro. No, my cat, like not sucking. I meant licking.
Last player standing.
What was the point of that wave, Noah?
To block off our own vision?
Yeah.
1v5 clutch. You think he's gonna do it? You got this.
No.
No way!
Why is everybody
Hermit.
disconnecting?
Nah, it's fine. This 3v5 goes
That
crazy.
gent's all
Watch.
speed, no skill.
I thought my ping was bad.
Why is there 2 ult orbs?
I was lagging.
Oh,
it
okay.
was
So
doubled.
we're just gonna have to like hard commit every single.
Do we get
Place we go.
points?
It's us.
Let's
three.
just
It
go
is
to
quite
A.
Literally us three.
Let's go to A.
So
I'll
it's 2.5 versus 5.
Okay, I'll rush plant. Noah, you should like set up your turret behind me, and Rax, you just throw your walls in there too.
We're not so windowing.
Hey,
I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. I thought it was.
Catfish.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What is your Twitch name?
Wave crashing.
PT catfish.
Yeah, so I think it's CPT.
Uh,
Like
Just
planted.
for your gamer tag?
Yeah.
Camper right here in this corner.
Or-
Oh, they're coming from where you? They're coming from
Wave
right here.
crashing.
Okay.
I followed you.
Put my turret.
You're
the wrong
all
way
of
around.
them.
Found them.
Oh,
Hey, alarm bot! Alarm bot! Behind us!
Thanks, body.
Again.
Turret down.
Blocking fire.
Dang, my aim is actual garbage.
Water rising.
Last player standing.
Alright, I'm pretty
Dang,
right.
dude.
Ow.
This is rough. Hey, we won!
Unrated too. We didn't. Who got it?
Wow!
Oh wait.
They are embarrassed.
My Lola was right. Weeds are difficult.
3v5.
That
Wait,
actually goes
Did we even kill
crazy.
anybody that round?
I'm able to
I killed somebody.
vandal
Yeah, you
full
got
buy.
it.
What? Same strat, except we don't go A, we go C. They're not gonna expect to
Exactly.
switch up.
I need to turn
Okay,
you
now
up
I
a little bit, Noah.
Yeah, my
Okay.
walls. So.
Nice. Can you just throw your walls in so we can get to C?
Shoot them. Always works.
Should I put them?
Like just
They don't go
straight down
through
the
walls.
hallway.
Stay down.
Turret out.
Walls up.
No, I almost got killed by the classic.
Blocking
I don't
fire.
like this. So I'm playing like 20, like fucking 15.5 FPS.
Placing alarm bot.
Right
They're
left.
coming from our
Ultimate
spawn.
ready.
I have a turret back there, unless they destroyed it. They did.
I camper right here. Yeah, maybe he's blinded right now.
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
Nice.
We're about a 3v5.
No way, there's only one of them left.
I have my alarm bot there, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna start pushing out.
He's coming from our spawn. No, he's right there. Heard him take one step. Rep.
It's over.
Nice.
Nice. How are we winning this?
We're just better. I think we also get extra
Don't
points.
stress if I die.
I think we get extra ult orbs
Also,
too.
leave my hard drive.
Look at
Yeah.
these.
Yeah, we get one extra ult orb for every person gone.
Wait,
I get
that's
my
like
ult this turn.
that's so. I already have my ult.
Wait,
Okay.
this is
One
Swift play,
more.
right?
No, this is unrated.
This is unrated.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm able to full buy already unrated.
Yeah, I
With
think it's just
6,500
crap.
points left over.
We need to get people
Yeah,
to
I-
leave
Did
more.
Bro say surrender?
He did. He said surrender. Like
Water
where
rising.
left or left? Right here. Oh, like half of them went C.
Ow.
Spike down mid.
Okay, we may lose this one.
Initiated.
Oh no. Gosh dang it. Please. Please activate. Oh.
Because you know 1v4. Come on.
Oh.
If I would have
Clock
ran,
sticking.
that would have been like 2% chance.
Okay.
Alright, it's Odin heavy shield time.
Time to go A. Let's like just like slow walk up the 90-degree angle. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Strats.
Yes. Slow walk max.
This
Go,
one?
go, go.
I'm putting the turret here.
Okay.
Big's gotta go.
Should I
Actually, I'm
slow
putting
walk
the
like
alarm
this?
bot there.
No, don't do it like that.
So walk. You idiot.
Bad boy. One of them's there.
Coming to you now.
Too slow.
Nice. Over to your left.
Okay, he just blinded
Oh my
me.
God.
Killed me.
Yeah, he got me too.
Yeah, you did, bro.
Holy fuck. Oh, he's behind you. He is coming
he's
from your
not.
right.
Yes.
Oh wait, Max died?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me-
Oh.
He blind the Swedish
got his
man
voice.
blinded
Still
us and
working?
killed us.
Double check it, please.
Hmm. I can literally buy op heavy shield.
That's what I'm doing.
Dang.
Can't use sniper because my mouse is broken.
I think I'm just gonna run
Wait, you're
in.
playing with
Just
a
can't
laptop
aim.
right now?
Okay, Max, we need you to
Playing
throw
with
your walls
touchpad?
down again.
Oh.
Man's playing
whenever
with
I aim-
touchpad.
Come on, it's fixed. It's not broken. Oh wait, same thing.
Throw your
Down
walls.
hallway.
This way.
Hit me.
Water run.
I'm gonna shoot through that. So I'm not even at 10. Oh, why did I just run up here?
Ow.
Spike
Oh
down.
my
C.
God.
Last player standing.
Okay, maybe we just like surrender, guys.
Yeah.
Oh no, we got this. We got this.
I'm
Watch,
getting
watch.
kind of tired of this.
The
Yeah,
3v5.
I'm tired of being
Yeah.
shit on.
Remember, your weapon is
We didn't even kill
only a
one
tool.
person.
You can't just shoot.
Yeah.
You have to think.
Okay, surrender. Not gonna be the one who surrender first.
I'm also reporting our two teammates for leaving.
Yeah. The one guy was on 9,000 ping.
Just don't report the Medi, dude.
Oh, I already did.
That was not his fault. Oh, you gonna try one more round?
Yeah, one more
Yeah.
round.
Win this, we have to keep playing until we lose the next round.
Yeah.
Coming through.
Walls up.
That just gets stopped.
Hey, I don't think they went here.
Yeah.
It
One
did.
did.
Wave crashing.
Placing swarm grenade.
Shield going up.
Placing sentry.
Plant now? There you go.
Spike planted.
Freaking low.
Alarm bot down. Placing
Hey, behind
swarm
us, behind us.
grenade.
Up top, up top, up top, up top.
Ow. How did they miss?
One enemy remaining.
Wait, he's defusing. He's defusing. I heard him.
Clutch.
No! No!
No way.
Max. Okay, I'll do one more.
Yeah.
That was close.
I blinked
That was a
and missed
little
that
too
one. Do
close.
it again, huh?
Dude, bro. If you guys would have told me to defuse just a little bit earlier, because I didn't hear him because I was shooting.
I thought he was faking it to go shoot you because you were the only one
No, he
left.
was actually doing.
He just
And then
committed.
every single time I
Not
shot,
care.
my frames would go down like 1 FPS.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like flicking side to side.
Placing swarm
Yeah.
grenade. We fight to
I didn't even
win.
know I killed the last dude. I thought I died because my game kind of froze for a second.
Dang.
Wave crashing.
Goodbye.
Phoenix in the
Enemy
corner?
spotted mid.
Bro, I love how I literally can't see.
Shield going out.
I'm popping my ult in there and planting.
Turn the die.
They're not gonna come in here.
No kidding.
Found them. Swarm grenade.
Spike planted.
Oh,
nah.
that's his ult.
That's a rip.
Walls up.
Yeah, you know what it is. Okay. Oh my!
One down.
Ooh. How did you not just die?
Last player
Ah,
standing.
frick.
Oh, come on.
Ow.
That's rough. There was so many of them.
Yeah, Noah saw one and then 3 came around the corner.
How do I surrender?
That is a very good
I think you
question.
I think you go to escape. Oh, after I got it.
It'll activate at the next available room start.
No,
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
where's F5? That's F5.
Defenders win.
Surely we don't get like malice for that, right?
Carrying spike.
Reloading.
Yeah, we bet. I mean, it wasn't unrated, so.
Yeah,
It was
but
ace.
he did. It was good.
Should have. Oh, how I just missed so much of my shots on Neon at the end. My game had to like help itself up after I was losing frames.
Dang. Wow, I'm already on tier 4 Astra, thing.
Go to my arena.
How much do you have to do on Twitch to become an affiliate?
You have to have 30 followers, at least 3 concurrent viewers per stream, and you need to stream a certain amount each week.
Okay.
So it's not really that hard.
Wait, is it just me, or do you guys hear like mic? That your all's mic like crackling?
I do not hear that.
I don't hear anything.
I joined the Uwu clan.
Yeah, you need to put on the Uwu title. Wait. Oh wait. Did McCaskey leave?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, you wanna run up some Co-Wordle?
Co-Wordle. What? Holy, your ping's at 120.
Yeah. Observation.
Bro, we're on the same server, but you have 120 more ping.
You know what dog shit Wi-Fi means, Noah?
That's crazy. Like, it's bad Wi-Fi. Like, that is garbage.
I'm not surprised. I would play on like 900 ping in Rocket League.
You have better ping
Are
in
you just
Georgia.
How are you just now understanding?
Why do you have better ping in Georgia?
I don't know.
Look,
Yeah.
in Texas, the one we're on right now, you have
it.
120. In Georgia, you have 102.
And in Georgia too, I have 130.
Oh, it just went down. There you go.
What's it at now? Oh, yeah, there it is.
My mic's bugging.
Okay, let's see
You
how
wanna
my
play some Co-Wordle, Noah?
I'll play a few rounds, but then I'm gonna hop on Minecraft. How's my stream doing? 2 hours and 30 minutes. Pando's been freaking lighting my chat up.
You need to get. You said you needed to get 3 active viewers, Noah.
Yeah. 3 active viewers every
single time you
stream.
stream, we're on.
Well, yeah, but you guys have to have my stream open. And I need 30 followers.
Already open. Oh, yeah, you're gonna have to find that one out.
How do you like promote your stream
Make 30
harder?
accounts.
What?
I think that's gonna
think-
get you banned. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
I'm pretty sure they would look at all those IP addresses, realize they're all the same, and then probably ban me.
I like make multiple Twitch accounts.
I saw a video earlier on YouTube in the recommended whenever I was looking at how to use OBS, and I saw this
Yo,
video.
join that,
It was
no.
like how to get more views easily, and I was like, oh, okay, I might watch that later.
Where did you send it? Oh, there.
Noah, join that.
I am. Hold up. Now I gotta switch my stream to a display capture. Not that. I need to go to here. Okay.
I still have Task Manager open.
No way. Your turn.
Alright, gotta get my things set up for Minecraft.
Before you go. Hurry up.
Yeah, I'm about to start up my
Bro.
stream. I'm heading back to base so I can meet up with you, McCaskey, and then I'll give you your stuff, and then I'm gonna start gathering my list for the farm I'm gonna make, and then I don't know if I'll get to building it, but I mean I want to get to building it, but I just
Wha-
don't know if that's gonna happen.
So it's, bro, come on now. Why don't I just like give it to you almost every round?
I don't know. It's like you're handing it to me with open arms.
Yeah.
McCaskey, do I need to set up my OBS in any special way to make it pick up your guys' volume, or should it already be picking up your volume? Oh no, it's already picking up your volume. I forgot it's been doing that.
There's an okay.
Okay, there we go. There's like dust in my port, and it was making very weird crackling sounds.
Huh?
I'm gonna go get some water, then I'll be on Minecraft.
Alright. I'm about to start up stream. I'm gonna mute up for a second.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on some music for the stream.
Oh yeah, I need to do that too. Hold up, I need to put my stream on the Be Right Back overlay.
Dude. What is this? Oh my god, dude, I swear.
Gotta get my royalty free playlist up.
Bro wants a playlist with only royalties.
My royalty full playlist.
Someone like you.
There we go.
There's an eye in it. What?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello.
I am streaming now.
Nice.
I need about 7.5 stacks of blocks, so now I'm helping Davis clear out this little room he's making under our little base.
Hold up,
Or
hold up.
what?
I can't really hear you. I'm trying to figure out how loud our music needs to be for the stream. Can you guys keep talking to each other like you would normally?
Yeah, so,
hi Tsunami. Your waves today are looking
that's-
really nice.
Thank
They're
you.
looking
They're very
incredible.
foldable if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, exactly. So and like Rax, he's like something else, you know.
He's always
something
something else.
Someone like you.
But we love him for that, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we do.
The best of you. Fire.
This is going way faster than I expected. This haste really does something down here.
It does.
Alright, I got it. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
What is
Nice.
this word?
I don't know.
Oh, I got so far away from the beacon that
That's water.
the haste ran out.
Oh, there you go.
My bad.
Q-U blank E-N. I think no, I don't got it.
What?
Oh hey Keegan, look at my my stream right now. Check out my my Be Right Back screen.
I'm loading it up. It's loading, it's loading. Yeah, you already showed me that. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Oh, okay.
I need to turn that off.
This is word.
I'm so confused.
Guess I doesn't have a Z in it. Maybe like a word like we never use.
This is where nobody's ever used in their life, actually.
Yeah. This is a middle word. I'm a letter.
Don't know. I've guessed every single one. Better guess. Please guess.
Got it, dude.
How did you know that?
I don't know, but I said queen because it could have a double E, and I was like, oh, because at first I was trying to type in like Q or something, but I don't know.
Alright.
My next guess was Yemen.
That's all the solid blocks we
That was
need.
what?
What is the next block?
Yemen.
Next material we need is 146 leaves. I think we already have that around the base somewhere, so that shouldn't be too big of a problem.
Why? Why did I just give it to you? Okay, I know what it started with.
Let's see here. It's already 55. I only need 2 stacks and 18. I almost have that already. Yeah, I think we have some left over. Yeah, not. Yeah. We have some left over from making the iron farm.
Oh my god.
There
Oh
we go.
my god.
What?
We'll throw in a couple extra in there just for building purposes.
Oh wait, I know it.
It's a T. It has to be. It has to end with. No. Trash? Oh my god. That was.
Oh, is my stream still on BRB? It is. I wonder how long it's been like that.
Wait, you were supposed to start streaming Wordle.
I know, it hasn't been that
Next
long.
stream, you should literally just put, like, games. Like, you can't say a different game because it's different.
I'm gonna make my guess and then change my stream title to Games with My Friends. I guessed pound and you guessed sound? Whoa, 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 whoa!
I couldn't think of anything else! And it helped us! Oh, I know it.
How?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Maddie, hey, yo! Let me do you one better.
Please. What'd you put? Yo, what? That's not a word?
Okay, I feel like this is gonna help if I put this, but I don't know. Okay, it didn't.
What?
What is Glees?
Whoa, that's weird.
God. Why, dude? Like, just why?
Where did Catfish say that he was going again?
Don't remember.
He said he's gonna go get a drink.
Oh,
Hey,
it's
y'all, I'm back.
Devil.
Hey, you better not get that on stream. I'm a man of God. That is very disrespectful.
You put dildos as one of them words. And of course that was in the
Well,
dictionary. I know what you were about to put.
What?
I think it has an U in it. It kind of sounds the same.
Hey, do y'all wanna, or not y'all, but Keegan, do you wanna go to like a separate channel? Since
I
we're
would
doing
love that.
Vastly different things.
Yeah, I would love that.
Not to be rude, but just like for the comment. It'd be a lot better commentary, you know?
Yeah. I'll probably join you guys in a second.
Okay.
Alright,
let's have the home server.
Okay.
C blank A O.
I know it.
Oh.
What?
Hey, that makes sense. We play till like 11, and then you go play with them.
Yeah.
Wow, it's already 11? Nazis, dude, that's so messed up.
I've been streaming for 3
dang.
hours now. Bro, my computer is gonna take forever to upload this.
Yeah. I think I know it. I knew it! I knew it! I literally knew it! I knew it, too! Oh my god!
Bro!
Good words. I know it's a bad word. I know, but he gets good words. Do it so they can't see it.
Bro. Bro, why? Why? Hold up. I'm gonna put be right back till I scroll through this. Sorry for the VOD viewers out there trying to get me banned. Okay, it's gone.
Did again? What would you do?
I would actually kill you. And I would just leave immediately. I'm gonna kill you.
That's not even. Come on now. Nazis is literally an origin. What? Bro. That was a good guess. Oh, I think I know it.
We literally have all the letters.
Yeah, I know it. How did I even do that? Wait,
Wait,
maybe
what?
What is this word? It starts with R. What?
Whoa.
Wait. There's double letters.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know it.
Just where? Oh. Well, okay, we only have 2 spaces where it could be double letters. It's there and there.
Not a word.
Bro, I just tricked you. I knew it the whole time.
I didn't even know it, so.
We had all the letters. We had all the letters.
I know we did.
You just had to piece them together.
Go on it.
Noah's is a word? Why did you copy it?
Didn't. I'm just gonna die. I'm swooping like a hawk whenever you're about to have it.
What?
Feel like you're about to get it. Oh wait, no, not in it. About to get it. I can smell it. I can taste it. I knew it.
I knew there was a double letter. I just had to figure out if it was double E or double S. And I also forgot how to spell guess. Roman. That's a great guess, actually.
Oh, no, that ain't a word. That ain't a word.
Forum
That
isn't
ain't
a word?
That ain't no word.
Bro, I tried telling Jarrett the word adolescence. Adolescence. Do you know what adolescence means?
Since
Adolescence.
it's like, hold on, I'm trying to like, it's like, wait, explain it. I know what it means.
It's like the teen years. He said, "What are you talking about?
Like
That's way
young.
too
I was
big
talking
of a
about, like,
word."
I was gonna say like a young.
He said, "What are you talking about? You sound like a nerd right now." I'm like, what? Everybody knows the word adolescence. Man just does not have the vocabulary.
The M?
MPSE.
You're about to get it. I can taste it. You can taste it and smell it. Oh yeah, you're about to get it.
Are here at Lowe's. Get top deals on everything you need to freshen up your yard, like the Cobalt
Those after
24-volt
P.
string
I'm
trimmer
S.
and leaf blower combo kit, only at Lowe's.
Do we have all the
Was
words?
$199, now just $149. Plus, get your lawn in shape with up to
That don't
Wait,
make
we
no
don't
darn
really need one more
sense.
letter, huh?
Easy Seed lawn repair mixes. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. Selection
Of course
varies
it's
by
you.
location. While supplies
Oh
last,
my
spots offer
god.
Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, we have all the letters.
We do?
Yeah.
What is spume?
Spume. Like, it's something like, wait. I don't know what spume means.
Froth or foam?
Yeah, I looked that up too. Wait, what is froth?
Like, froth is the... Imagine a, like, foamy substance. Kind of like frothing at the mouth is like what rabid animals do.
Like almost, yeah, like seizing.
Yeah.
Where'd you find those? By the password bar. Can't miss them.
LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss by monitoring your credit and bank statements. If your
Oh,
identity
wow.
is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft.
I don't know why I
Anyone
guessed
can
that.
solve it
That was a
for
horrible
free for the
guess.
first year. Go to lifelock.com/Spotify.
Wha-
Oh, I know it.
wha- Forgot that was even a word.
Okay, one more. One more. What?
I know you have it. You have. Oh my. You have it. I know you do. Oh, I just put it together for you. You're welcome. So it's S blank UID. I don't know it. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna get it. So I'm not even gonna.
Oh,
mad.
it's squid.
One more. One more. That was too quick.
Yeah. Wait, let's see how long we can drag one out. Just like guess random words. We literally have all the letters already.
Ready? I know it.
Wait, don't guess it though. I don't even know it. Hold up, let me put it together.
Yeah, I know it. I was just making sure I know it.
Oh, it's just spurt.
Yeah.
Nah, I cannot guess this word. Like, it is just out of me.
Well, how do I continue that on?
Wait, we gotta fill up every letter. So, like, I need a Q. We need a W.
S. We need to figure out where the S goes. There we go. It's literally, it already spells it out. If you look at the S, then look at the P, then look at the URT, it's already in word. Go!
Gosh dang it. Okay. I'm gonna go.
One more.
No, I'm gonna go play Minecraft.
Wait, how long is it gonna take to load up Minecraft?
Don't know. Oh, I am having to
playing
play it.
until it loads up.
Wait. I am having to play on my Xbox, so I can have my computer open and just if you want, we can just play. Like, what is a game that I can just look back and take my turn and then turn forward again?
Wordle.
No. Like this, I have to do 30 seconds. I need something longer. Let's play like Discord Hangman. Where I'll just like DM you a letter.
Is that even a thing?
No, I'll just like DM you a
Just
letter.
play Hangman.
How do you,
Why don't we
where?
just play Hangman.
Where? Oh, like custom game?
Yeah.
Hangman? Oh wait, I need to go join their Discord. Hold on. Oh wait, I need to put the BRB screen on. Not the stream starting soon. BRB, there you go. I figured it out. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Rex?
Hold on. I'm trying to do it.
Okay. Like, we could just play, like, Wordle in Discord where, one guy puts, one guy thinks of a word, he puts the spaces in there, and then the other guy guesses letters. If you want to do that. So I need to go join their call and
I got it.
What'd you find?
Yeah, hold on. Wait, how much time? Should I just do unlimited time? Since, you know.
Yeah.
Ah. Why? Okay, I'm sending you the link in Discord now. What?
Okay.
Yeah.
She text you?
No. She's home? Are you joined, Noah?
Yeah.
But you're in, Noah?
Yeah.
L? Wait, start your game. Enter.
I'm just gonna stream this this Hangman game that we're gonna be slowly playing. Oh, Valorant. Did you start it?
Go,
yes, you did. Wait, did you make this? Or did you pick this word?
I picked it. Not getting it. There's no way you could get this.
Oh no.
You create one. Bro, how did you get that? How in the hell, dude? Bro.
What?
Oh,
Hold up.
what? Oh? Just like an actual word? There it is. Ew.
Oh.
Wait, I don't know this one. Blank on the ocean.
Yeah. It's very,
What is
it's
this?
two very obscure letters.
Very, very?
Yeah.
Like, not Z, right?
Not Z.
You're like R? Bro.
R is not obscure. Obscure.
Oh.
Dang.
There you go. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Closer to my chest.
What is that?
Sleepy Hollow bakes cakes?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't know who Sleepy Hollow is? Not know who Sleepy Hollow is?
No.
Know that song in 2055?
No.
Good song. Whatever. You may know it. We're gonna run up S-E-A. What in the this is not a word.
It's two words.
I ran a what? I ran. Bro! Bitches like a dirt cake on back, I can see it in my eyes. Real crap, blow. My kid never tried drugs. Drugs was love. Trade that for a cunt. Everybody put them. Damn, I was fucked up. Is everybody fake? I don't wanna trust you. I just wanna slide. Parties in the sky like it's 2055. These guys. Boo you nice. Heart cold like some water and some ice.
Have you still not figured
Noah.
it out?
Yes. What is this
No
word?
way. Look at the
Iran.
category. Look at the category.
Wait. Related to Kim Jong Un?
Yeah. Here, I'll give you a hint. Guess D.
What?
D.
Is it like? Is it wait? What? Is there a Y?
You need to guess. You need to guess a stick-looking vowel.
That does not help.
You already guessed why. You also need to guess another stick-looking thing.
Bro! Oh, it's T? That's all I know. Irani. What? Wait. Is it tyrannical?
Mhm.
I've never heard that word in my life.
You haven't heard of the tyrannical diplomat?
Nope.
Tyranny means to rule over with no mercy, sort of. And diplomat means ruler, and diplomat means talking to other countries. Or talking to somebody else, representing something. So, he is a tyrannical diplomat.
Look. Good luck.
Oh.
Enemy. I thought you were gonna say, what the fuck is an uncircumcised cheese nut? Oh my. I love those. That's my favorite type of chip. You hear me?
What?
That's my favorite type of chip. I'll be gone by the morning. Can I have your leftovers? Thank you. You there?
Yeah.
Did you create your category?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I'm cleaning up some food. Have you ever been to Senior Pablo's?
What?
You ever been to Senior Pablo's?
I think so.
It's like the Mexican spot down in Spopa. Like in the downtown in Spopa. So good.
Dang.
My parents hung up my artwork.
Dang. Okay.
So honorable mention means if it says that, you basically got 4th place out of the whole category.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go join their call. Just keep playing, Hangman.
Hey, bro, I don't want.
Via Discord.
Yeah.
Oi, 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 oi. Oi, man, oi, oi.
Hey.
Hey, we still have trees. That's surprising.
Not very many. I kind of went full deforestation mode.
Well, it means somebody replanted something.
I replant them sometimes.
See,
If I notice
Noah
them on the
does
floor,
his
I'll at
job.
least pick them up.
Yeah. I'm gonna, like, move, everything down a few layers and then build a staircase up to the farm. Because I want more space.
I am getting the stuff for I'm getting the stuff for what the frick is it called? The raid farm.
So me and Max right now, my stream is just me playing Hangman with Max, but I'm making him guess knights fighting in the 10th century with lances as his Hangman word.
Whoa, that's evil.
I know. He will not guess this. He's gonna send me a DM just saying, "What is this?" Oh, he's gotten knights fighting in the 10th century with blank sis. So
I mean, that's
far.
impressive on its own.
Oh, he got it. He got it. Yeah, but that's my whole stream right now. It's just me playing Hangman. It's a pretty banger stream. Not gonna lie.
Keegan, do you hear that crackling when Noah talks?
No.
I'm going freaking insane.
I do
What is
believe
that?
so. I don't hear any crackling either.
It started as soon as he joined.
What?
I don't know what's happening.
Maybe your mic frequency just does not like my mic frequency very much.
I think so. I listen to it on stream and I can't hear it. I think my ears are broken.
Dang.
Probably.
Oh goodness. Oh yeah, I was downloading that.
I'm about to get the Pokemon ball out on, bro. Throw a freaking villager in a Pokeball.
Why?
Because the raid farm needs one villager.
Oh. Dang.
Alright, so I basically have all the stuff for the upper raid part. Now I need 24, I need some more glass, and then some more other stuff. I just chugged some coffee to the point where my stomach hurts, so hopefully I
Okay, maybe you shouldn't chug it. You're supposed to drink coffee slow, you know?
No, it's
I also have that problem. Do you remember when I used to get coffee in the mornings?
Yeah, and you would just literally chug the whole thing in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It never gave me a stomach ache either. It was just because it was just like the school's coffee is just like water with caffeine in it. So I had to like it was basically just like drinking cold water. I'm not gonna lie.
It started again. Why the frick is it cracking?
Noah is going mentally insane.
He is.
We need librarians. What happened to all our librarians?
I thought it was
It's only when you talk, Noah.
What?
Why?
Why is your thing racist against me? That's my question. My stream can hear me and they have no idea what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm checking it. Discord settings.
How long have I been streaming?
What is this song?
I've been streaming for 3 hours and 17 minutes.
I've been streaming for 36 minutes. Okay, got my 2 water. About to move on to my second shulker box.
Noah, talk a bit.
Yo. What's up?
It stopped.
How you doing? We're going crazy out here.
Why? Why?
Bro's asking why did I stop, bro wants it to continue. Bro, when the material list spelled torch wrong, bro put torch A. That goes crazy.
How do you spell macabre?
Huh?
How do you spell macabre?
What is that word?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that is.
You don't?
Oh.
What's a macabre?
Yeah.
Macabre? Wait, did I actually spell it right? Oh, I did.
Nah, you're tripping.
Yeah, that's not a word.
You guys don't know what the macabre is?
No.
You guys are crazy.
You're crazy.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Together we're both crazy. Now that's crazy.
Now I'm lazy.
Bro, no one can stop me, not even the Navy. Ooh, that was fire.
Oh, I think they can though. My bad.
No, they can't.
Why can't they? Are you racist against the Navy?
I can neither confirm nor deny. Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, my bad.
You can do all of the above.
Oh, I can? Oh, yeah, I am.
Let's go.
Bro, just caught me lacking, I guess.
I did. Oh, he's guessing my word. My word is macabre in the theater on my categories.
Yo, Keegan, how do I do MC Pedal packs?
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
How do I add it to my world?
Whenever you're making your world, you turn on experiments.
Oh, open with Minecraft. Okay, I found. I did. Okay, I never mind. I got it.
Okay, buddy.
Thanks.
Yup.
I don't care. It's creative. How would I cheat this in the first place?
We should play that Phasmophobia game one day on stream. With all
Yeah,
of
that'd be
us.
fun.
That'll be fun.
Okay. There is that done.
Where is this raid? Where is this? Davis, do you know where that?
I think
where
I'm
the
getting
raid
a
tower
call.
was?
Yeah, hold up. Yeah?
Hello? What does macabre mean?
It's macabre.
Oh. I don't even understand how I got that.
You got it?
Yeah, no, yeah, the knights and fighting in like something century.
Oh yeah, in the 10th century? How did you get that? Like, actually how? I'm so confused. I was like, there's no way he's getting this one. He's screwed. Noah said, I even told Noah what I put, and he said, that's evil. And then you just proceed to guess it? Man's on something different.
I am.
Yeah.
Can you invite me to the call and just tell them to mute me? Cause I just want to talk to like at least one person.
Okay.
I'm bored. You're not getting this.
Yo.
Edit.
Rex said he wants an invite to a call, and for you guys to just mute him when he joins.
Well, you're gonna be talking
Just
to him
open the
though.
stream.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tell
That's
him to
just
open
what
the
he
stream.
said.
Tell him to open the stream.
What the frick is this word?
Alright, I made it to the. I found the farm, Davis.
Why don't you go talk to him? And he's willing to talk to someone.
Scooch question. Booty in the air and rail me right there.
Is that an alternative name for Netflix and chill?
That's what I had to guess.
On Wordle?
Hangman.
Wordle's going crazy nowadays.
Hangman, but we have customizable messages.
Oh. Why are you all playing Hangman?
I told him I needed something to play with him that I could just like look at every long minute.
Oh, you're on the realm right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hopping on, Cassie?
I'm trying, or I'm going to. I'm just getting this base started up, so I just need to know what I need to gather from my base. And so I'm building this thing.
I'm looking at MC Peter real quick. See what's new. I want to make another map soon. That'll be fun.
Alright, I got world edit permissions. Semicolon 1, got it.
Whoa, Davis, what are you doing? Whoa.
I'm expanding. Why?
Kind of crazy.
Are you telling me you don't like it? Okay, buddy.
It's interesting.
It's gonna be a lot more organized. No way he's calling me again. Hold up. Okay, I probably will join in like 20 minutes. Yo. Yo. Okay. I told them what you said and they were just like, we're good.
Yeah, I don't know why you put that.
What?
I don't know why you put that.
Oh, I wonder why.
Sounds gross, dude.
Really?
That's gonna be in my that's gonna be in my music video.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
I got the best word for you.
Really?
It's appropriate.
It better
It's actually
be.
pretty PG-13. Oh, I messed it up a little bit, but you got it. Please don't talk about business. New deposit, I picked up another bag like fucking I'm a cow while I'm bed. I ain't custom. Guess that's how it sound when you and I ain't joking to it sound like I'm kidding. I've been making like 2,000 a minute. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know, cap. Bitches locking from dirt cake on back. I can see it in your eyes.
Stop singing copyright content.
My bad. So do I start listening to that royalty stuff?
Yeah.
Bro.
Apparently.
Is it even words or is it just beats?
Nope, it's just beats.
Some dubstep?
No, it's like jazz and calming music.
Is it like a Romeo and Juliet type of jazz?
No. It's like soft jazz.
Eat! Yo, hold on. What is this? Wafers? Is that what it is? Oh, blank blank, eat wafers with. So blank, don't eat wafers with. Chips? No. Wait, what is this? Wait, what?
Oh yeah. You're not guessing this one.
Wait, okay, so chips, don't eat. Wait. What? These are all like, there's a bee in it. Oh, there's not a bee in it. What? Wait, these are such weird words. All I have is Q, U, V, X, Y, and Z. Is there a Z? Is there a Z?
Yeah, there's a Z.
Wait, is the first one even a real word?
Yeah.
No way. It is not a real word.
Yeah, it is. How do you mean? Yeah.
Never heard that word.
Quips?
Quips. Quips don't eat wafers with pizzazz.
They don't. No. Oh no.
Look at the category.
Segregation.
Good job. Like a melody in my head. I'm gonna. Oh my. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get a Sprite real quick, and I think my mic will reach.
Okay. This is just
I'm
like a
scared
calm
of this
stream.
outside. It really is. Like quiet.
I have
soothing.
this smooth jazz in the background with just a hangman going and us quietly talking sometimes.
Oh. Is this locked? Oh, fuck that, dude. It's pitch black out there.
Oh no, it's no Sprite for you.
I need to get like a flashlight or something.
No way, man. It's going on a mission to get a Sprite.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I can't even take my phone because it's on my hotspot.
Oh.
Oh god, dang, this is gonna be scary. You're here with me, okay?
Okay.
cops on
Man's
speed
about to
dial.
get man's about to get jumped by bobcats.
Hey, get the ambulance on speed dial.
Okay. Might as well get pet control on speed dial at that point. Pet control.
Right now.
Bro, why are your doors so creaky?
Oh, okay, you cannot be talking. You cannot be talking.
Shut up, bro. You know my doors are genetic.
Oh, let's go. The porch light turned on.
Nice.
Let's just hope I don't get raped by a goat. Oh,
What?
fuck, you're streaming. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh. What? Nah, okay, we're gonna act like that didn't happen.
Fat ass frog. Oh, it's that season
I might
again.
need to flag this one for inappropriality. I'm not gonna lie.
What is inappropriality?
I don't know. I put ality
not a
after
word.
inappropriate.
That one may have been out of hand.
Don't look at the category when you get back, by the way.
Oh, I'm outside right now.
Good.
Oh, the porch light. Dude, I'm actually fucking terrified.
No way.
Okay, it's back on. Help, help, help.
Help with what?
I thought I was gonna get died.
Get died.
I swear something was watching me.
That's just because it was dark.
That's exactly why.
No way.
What? Wait. Okay, I'm back in my room. Let me see the category. I don't fucking know. Go.
Season Pass from TXU Energy is back and is letting you save 50% on your energy charges all winter and summer.
Actually, Season Pass never left.
Big fan of savings, I take it.
Who wouldn't be? My parents saved $450
What word has an E at the end? Nothing like.
You're like an expert energy saver.
Are these all real words?
Love the
Yeah.
sound of that. TXU Energy. Energy for everything. Tap the banner now to learn more.
What? Okay, it's master.
Yeah.
So, Eloance. Wait. Bro.
Man is confused.
What is that E word?
Really, it has a very obscure letter. If you couldn't tell.
So blank is in the.
Why is there a bat in my house?
Ooh.
Like my
Is it
Minecraft
X?
house. No.
Is it X? Is it Y?
No.
Or I?
No.
Who of these words? If I get one wrong. Oh. Is it P? It's P. It has to.
It's not P.
Oh!
Why has he got hair?
I don't know. Wait, is it X? There's an X.
No, there isn't.
I've never heard eloquence.
It's eloquence. Please tell me you've heard of the word eloquence before. I know you have. Everybody's heard of the word eloquence.
Okay, let's see it.
Please don't be something weird.
It's not that weird. Oh, I spelled it wrong.
A lever.
What time is that? This is a piece. What am I saying?
Literally, if I don't even know what I'm saying, then you don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What's that shine word?
Really?
Oh my shrine.
Shrine. Oh
It's
my
shrine, dude.
gosh.
90 times that I may become the shrine.
I don't even know what that means, so.
Good luck.
Oh no.
That made sense, huh? What weird word are you gonna do? Keegan, wait, is Keegan getting back Tuesday?
I think so.
Okay. Okay.
I've gone too far with this one.
Man. Yo. Baby.
Why is that the word you guessed?
Many times may I. Many times may I blank on that, on the one thing, blank baby. God dang. Fart! Many times may I fart on the one thing. Bro! Eek! Eek! What is this? Zeke? Many times may I fart on the one thing, Zeke, baby. The category will help you, so make sure you look at it. Make sure you look at the category.
I did. Whoa.
You.
That's weird.
How is that weird? I literally said not inappropriately. Yeppers? What? I have a feeling that one word. Two. What is that first word? Pop? Okay, that's people. This is strange. Many
Yeah.
again? Many? Wait. Oh, how? I'm so. How many people not hate?
No way.
What is that? Die? Have. It's have to die until. Wait. Wait, it is until. Vanos has.
I don't even think the last one's a word, by the way.
What?
Man is mind blown.
Let's go!
You guess Zuck?
Yeah.
How did you know that?
Vanos has Zuck.
Yeah, it's a good question though, come on now. Category raw?
You got?
Thanos is thick. Oh.
That one wasn't that weird. "21 minutes until I'm on." Oh my. Avengers? For some reason, I feel like it's gonna be I knew it. So it's Captain America.
That feeling when you discover a new favorite song. Pretty amazing, right? Well, at CVS, discovery happens every day. When you explore the store, you'd be amazed at what you'll find. Trendy brands like Sharper Image and Honey Pot? Oh yeah. Buzzworthy beauty like Proactive and Bubble? Check. Banana Boat sunscreen for dogs? Better believe it. Discover unexpected products being spotted at CVS every day. Or shop online and try free
Please don't tell me that
CVS
says
pickup.
nut.
Get your order in as
Wait.
little as 1 hour.
Knit? Oh, not.
CVS.com/spotted at CVS for details.
But Captain America has a crush on Black. What? Yo, wait. Is this a word?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
But not. Scary Scurry shot Jennifer Freddie Kennedy JFK.
Oh, pretty good, huh? April. Ow. Oh, Cinco de Mayo is today, April 46th.
It's close enough.
Basically.
No way.
Can you see the main word that I try to use?
Yeah.
You went. Yeah. That's a fire one, huh?
Mhm.
I feel like this stream is pretty just relaxing and chill.
Let's see how fast you can guess this one.
Okay. No?
Yeah.
I ate it.
Oh, hold up. Three
Good
of
luck.
20,000.
Oh, yeah, it's just a G. We have to finish him tonight.
Really?
Come on now, you know it.
No
Good
way.
job. I'm listening to this song, right?
Mhm.
And all I hear is, I am too fat to tiptoe. Because the song is called Tiptoe.
No
And it's like,
way.
you know the song, it'd be like, tiptoe through the window. That song?
Yeah.
It's a remix, but like it's like a rap version.
No way.
Mhm. Make it work. What are you thinking? Like Kobe or Trump with the tomato. Block on a bang bang. Show me the one and a half. I'm talking to toe to toe. Just the ring for trying to hold it down. Got it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dang. How?
Cracked?
Okay. Maybe weird minds just think alike.
You got this?
What?
You got this?
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Gift.
Yeah. You agree?
I guess.
What if I gave you a gift like that?
That'd be pretty bad.
Oh my, imagine like an oatmeal cookie, like you know the white stuff inside of it? And you just filled it up with mayonnaise. No, please don't tell me I just did that. How do you turn something back into a tab?
You can
No.
just go to your history.
No, because like I made it like I expanded it and like just made like a whole new thing for it.
You made a whole new window for it?
Yeah.
Oh. You drag it and put it back into the top bar of the other window.
Like you have to like make it smaller or something?
No, you grab the tab and you just pull it into the other window's top bar. And then they should merge.
No, it's okay, I guess. Don't worry.
How long
I'm
have I
actually
been streaming
I'm gonna split my
for?
screens up. How do you do that?
I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Like you said, wait, what are you doing?
Hold up. I'm gonna go join their call real quick.
Why?
Because
Definitely smart.
what's up?
Play overall Minecraft.
What's up?
Hey,
My
Noah's
God,
here.
you're finally back.
Hey,
Finally back.
Finally awake.
I have been
Bro, took a nap.
streaming for 4 hours.
Crossing the border. Imperial End.
Dang. I'm getting a Spotify ad right now. It sucks.
Hell, imagine not having a Spotify premium. Could be me.
And now,
Spotify Premium to listen to royalty-free music?
Just go to YouTube, Noah.
I could. I definitely could.
All new spring deals are
It
here
doesn't have
at Lowe's.
ads.
Get top deals
I mean,
on everything you need.
It
there, yeah,
has
music
some
doesn't have
ads.
ads.
Cobalt
Music
24 volt
doesn't.
string trimmer and
Yeah.
leaf combo kit only at Lowe's. Was $199, now just $149.
Well, I moved most of the base down a little bit.
A
little bit.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
But
Slight amount.
these
Might as well
these
turn our base into an iron farm.
the rest of these chests are gonna be a problem.
The crackling came back as soon as you come back, Noah.
Oh, that is rough. All of our
Why?
chests are filled with random
It's so
crap.
loud.
Dude, make a storage room. If you're breaking it down, make a storage room.
I am. Well, technically, it's like
Organize
80.
it. Organize it.
No, I'm good.
Or have me organize it. I will literally organize it. If you just
goodness,
compile it up, I will organize it.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
You see, that would have been bad if I didn't have my chest plate on.
You can do that.
You have a golden apple on a totem, so you should have been fine.
Keegan's like trying to make it very secure that I don't lose all my stuff again by diving into lava with rockets.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you die in McCaskey, we really don't have a good way to remake your stuff. Like if any of us die, we don't really have a good way, because we don't have any more mending books, we don't have any more Unbreaking 3.
Yo, Noah. Since
Wait,
you're at
where'd our
base-
Unbreaking 3 guy go?
You're
He
at
was in the
base.
pod. Our Unbreaking 3 guy is still there, right?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know he had an assigned pod.
You're the guy who put him in there, I think.
Nah.
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, that's good. Well, we don't have mending. I mean, we have a mending guy, but he's not cured. So.
Oh, that's rough.
I'm gonna start heading back to base in a minute. I'm gonna shoot
Gosh,
trees, and
dang.
I'm actually gonna go blast mining, see how much stuff I can go.
Hey, you can organize these chests.
That's true, I'll do that. Oh, I'm tired. I just drank coffee. Boost me up, coffee, please. Oh.
How long are you planning on staying up?
Well, I
Oh,
wanna get a 2-hour stream.
yeah. I have a 4-hour one. That's
I've already been streaming for 2 hours.
I have, or you have?
I have. Yeah, I just hit 2 hours.
Yeah. You've been streaming like maybe 20 or 30 minutes longer than me. So. Okay, but here's gonna be the compromise, right? If I organize the chest, everyone has to make an effort to keep it organized, all right? Fine if it gets a little out of hand.
Please
but
define that word.
What?
Define organized.
Keeping things in the proper home.
Okay.
If I say, oh, all nature stuff like grass, wood, plants, etc. belong in this chest. The chest is their home. They belong in that home. That is the respected home. You put it in
Random
the respected home.
3 stone bricks I found in my inventory count as nature.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
no, Dave. Bad, Davis. Bad. Pat in the head.
Bad? What?
Bad.
What am I, your little dog?
Yes.
What?
Yes, you are my dog. Get out of here.
What?
How you doing,
Bro.
That's weird.
Ian, Parker was right.
Yeah.
What?
You're furry.
That is facts. It's
Literally.
caught on stream by all 3 of us. You are furry.
Oh, my bad. No, I'm not.
I don't know about that.
Bro, how, McCaskey, do you know what chord we started at for our last one? Cause I'm running back right now. It's taking me a hot minute.
It was somewhere. Oh, hi, Bree. It was somewhere around like 300, I think.
Negative or positive?
Positive.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Oh goodness.
Oh, I
Man,
found
those
out the piece of ancient
pickles.
debris. I might run back. Oh, missed that somehow.
How did I get prismarine
Oh
shards?
man, I'm out of pickles. Probably from whenever you went to up in Keegan.
Oh yeah.
How much ancient debris do you have, Mikasa?
I have 9 pieces.
Nice, I have 6.
Not bad. That's what, 15 in total? We got one more. We could make 4 pieces from netherite.
Yeah, I'm about to go blast mine after I get home. We'll go blast mining, and then depending on how I feel, I might organize chests.
I'm not gonna lie, it's probably gonna take you over 40 minutes to organize these chests.
Doubt it.
Keegan, I think you doubt how much random crap I do to things.
I think you doubt how much me and Noah dump all random
If
crap.
I don't set up a storage system from the beginning, I never will.
Yeah.
Because it's just too bad. Like, there's just so much crap everywhere.
Yeah.
I think I have a valuable chest in every playthrough, and that's it. I mean, I have other stuff sometimes, so I'm guaranteed to have a valuable chest. That's the only organization I'm getting.
I don't think we have a valuables chest.
I have
I'm not
one.
gonna lie.
It's,
my ender chest is
it's sitting outside my house. Or my
Oh.
outside my room. My quote unquote room.
Oh, yeah, I haven't touched that chest.
I just keep like copper and like a bit of iron. Like some books in there.
Yeah.
I'm surprising myself at how much netherite I've actually just walked by.
Who am I getting called by? Oh, I think I have a wild guess, but I'll be back. Yo.
Yo, what's up?
I guessed it completely wrong.
What?
I said I got it completely wrong.
What?
Your thing.
You haven't even started guessing.
What?
You haven't even started guessing.
Oh, yeah, this is the second one you've done in a row.
I'm getting good, dude. I almost got it. It's not F, I, or K. Oh, it is K, never mind. Didn't?
I didn't get to write enough, I didn't have enough letters to finish my sentence, so the last word is just cut off. Okay, I'll be back.
I missed the call.
Don't fall in the water.
Oh, I will.
What?
Okay, buddy.
I'm walking to my base spot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Alright, I'm home, Davis. Won't be home for long.
Honey, I'm home.
Yeah, about to call him honey, give him a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, we all wish.
How are you gonna label these chests, Keegan?
I don't know. Oh, Cassie, I have your quartz on me.
Oh. Just like put it in my chest.
Okay.
One of them in my room.
Well, you see, Davis broke the floor in your room, so I don't know how I'm supposed to get there. You're gonna make a little
Just
path over here.
build over.
There we go. By the way, it's probably gonna happen at some point in the future, but if I'm ever doing a stream and it's called like making a map or something, I would ask you guys not to watch that, so that whenever you guys like play through it, you know, it's not like ruined for you guys, like the experience.
Yeah. I mean, you could just ban us from your Twitch chat those days. Or
Don't
ban
worry,
us from our
I
stream.
won't watch your streams.
Yeah. Here, I'll unfollow you real quick. I got you,
Yeah,
fam.
just to make sure.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even follow in the first place, actually.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Well, McCaskey, I got 3.5 stacks of quartz for you in your chest.
Nice, thank you.
Yep. And you got like what, 4-ish? 2? No, not.
No. I got. Well, if I didn't decide to throw it or to make it into bricks, I would have had like 2 stacks, but I got like 1.5.
Yeah.
I don't know how you got so much more. Oh my gosh. You got 3 stacks of blocks?
3.5, yeah.
Holy crap.
That is insane.
Davis, this is the definition of SLAVES.
What? You can't be saying that on stream, buddy. Come on now. This is not slaves. Come on now.
Davis, there's beds skipping every other block in a row, like 60 blocks down.
Okay. That's comfortable. I asked them. They voted on it. This is a
what
democracy.
Were the choices? Sleep on the floor, sleep in the very
Bro,
separated beds?
how did you know that? I think Noah's a psychic.
I think he is. Hey Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to go blast mining. I'll probably get enough to finish up my armors and my tools or whatever. But then I could give like some to you for like a price or something, you know what I mean?
Price? What am I gonna pay you? We basically all share the same stuff.
Rows of sand.
Oh, nah, not this again.
3 rows of sand for 3 rows of sand for. What if I got you 4 netherite ingots?
That's it? Oh my god.
That's a lot.
I mean, it's a lot, but like.
It's a lot of work.
Sand stream.
And I have to do a sand stream to pay for my armor.
Bro, my video
You
last.
guys can do it together.
My 40-minute video last night, okay, took like 4 hours to upload. This is gonna take me like 24 hours.
You need new internet.
No, it's just my laptop. Oh, I opened a little too many chests. Here, how about this, Kean? I have a deal for you. I have a deal for you. So the deal is that you organize the chest and you give me 4 netherite ingots, and I will
You want to make that a raid farm for me? I already got the stuff gathered. You just want to follow the tutorial and make it for me?
I'll give you
It's like an 18-minute video. You just follow 18 minutes of a video. All the stuff's there for you. It's already set up. You got a little base camp set up over there and stuff.
Okay, how many rows of sand instead?
Like 3.
3? How about 4?
4. You'll do 4 rows of sand for me organizing the chest and giving you 4 netherite ingots?
Yep.
Sounds good to you?
Yep.
So what I'm hearing is that I'm getting 7 free rows of sand without me doing anything, pretty much.
I mean, you're doing a lot. this organizing is like the worst.
Yeah.
Bro, I freaking hate blazes.
You have to make an effort to keep it organized, okay?
Understood.
That's part of the contract.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Oh man.
Unless we move out. I mean, I'm planning on moving out
I
within the
am
next
also
month.
planning on moving
So.
out next month.
They're
IRL
growing
month,
up so
not game month,
fast.
IRL.
Oh my gosh, these freaking blazes! I need a shield, dude. It's so annoying. I just
So,
want to make a staircase, dude. Leave me alone.
Okay, I need to get inside base real quick.
my base is eventually just gonna be like a 50 block pit. No, like a
Is this your base, Davis?
100.
Is this your base? Is this where you live?
Yeah. It's gonna be like a 120 block hole that I dug.
I mean, Davis, I support you. You know, I support you.
Support me in what? What am I
In
doing?
his what? In his plantation that he has down there?
You support plantations?
I
Is that
do.
what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I mean, plantations themselves are fine, I guess.
I support.
Oh my gosh!
Did you do it again?
No! There's freaking hoglins jumping from the sky to knock me off my bridge.
Oh, dang.
I'm freaking clipping that. That's
Twitch clip.
leave me alone.
Yeah. Oh crap. I was supposed to do Man's Hangman a while ago.
Bro, forgot.
Leave me alone. Thing.
No, I'm kind of being a hypocrite right now because I'm just trying to empty out my inventory. I'm kind of just dumping stuff. Alright, let's see. 25 beds. That'll be a decent amount, I guess. Oh wait,
Okay.
that's all that I can
Now I just
carry.
need to make a tunnel.
Alright, Davis. I'm going in with 23 beds, and if I come out with 4 netherite, then our deal's on, alright? 4 netherite for you.
Okay.
Actually, no. Yeah, I'll just get you your 4 netherite first. So I need 16 netherite for you.
Yo, bro, I just found 2 ancient debris in a wall while mining a hole to my my base.
Nice.
Dang. Oh, I have too many villagers.
You do.
That's
You're
a
just coming
thing.
to this realization.
Well, I came to this realization when I saw 80, like almost 80 villagers stand up all at the same time and start walking in a line.
Dang.
What brought the villagers to lunch? There ain't no way.
They're making the items lag after I drop them.
That's crazy. Hey Davis, so are you like are you gonna like reset up and re-cure good villagers?
Eventually.
Because whenever you do that, tell me whenever you need add-ons taken off and you can do that.
I say eventually very liberally because it's probably not gonna happen like soon at all.
Yeah.
I don't know how people spend days and days on Minecraft projects. Like those master builders who will just build like thousands of blocks a day without stop.
I
It's
don't
crazy.
I don't understand how Hermitcraft is still going with the same.
Yeah, there's no way they aren't tired out. These guys have the stamina and attention span of like
I mean,
I
that's
don't know,
literally
a
their
librarian.
job. If that was my job, I would find a way to keep a season lasting career. If that was my job, I'll be honest.
I don't know.
I mean, they really don't have to fight on it that much, you know? There's a whole ton of people gathering a whole ton of different resources with really efficient farms. They just have to place the blocks. That's probably what takes the longest.
Yeah.
And editing their videos.
I need to learn a really good software because whenever not VODs, but whenever I start like making videos, I want to have like subtitles. I don't want it to be.
Oh my gosh, the way YouTube wants to do subtitles is like you put them in your own, yourself.
Yeah.
You literally go through the whole video and just type.
Yeah.
That sounds
That's what subtitles are.
so
There's
annoying.
companies that do it for you.
Yeah.
There's like whole companies. Their whole thing is they'll type subtitles for you.
Yeah. Doing
found any
subtitles
Asian burrito,
sounds so
it's kinda
annoying.
sad.
But paying
I
a
think I might
company
go-
sounds like even more aids.
I'm
I
gonna
bet
go,
there's an AI.
I'm gonna go over to McCaskey's tunnel because I've used 2 beds in my tunnel so far and I haven't got anything. Maybe I'm just being unlucky, but I'm just gonna change gears real quick.
Man is in the wrong place.
I guess so. If I find any, not yet. You know what? I'm gonna log off for a second.
Why do we have a
Not
single?
low fire at all.
Okay.
We have-
If I find it, I'll send it to you real quick.
Alright. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm making my way back to base right now, by the way. I made the pathway to my portal.
Nice.
So now I gotta what do I want to do?
Oh, what song am I on in my playlist? I'm on song number 48.
I need to go back and grab that quartz anyways.
Oh wait.
I found it, McCaskey.
Nice.
I'm gonna send the direct download file to you, okay? So you
Okay.
just click on it and then it will bring you to the area to download it. Got some catfish.
I
There
am
you go.
back.
Alright, it's just in your room. I built over a little thing.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I could just put that whole low fire protector thing just on the realm in general. So that everyone has it.
That would be nice.
Here, I'm gonna do that real quick. I might kick you guys out, but it'll be worth it.
Okay.
That way, whenever you guys are playing, you
villagers.
have a smooth experience playing.
You know, do we got anybody that sells quartz?
No. I don't think
Okay.
so, at least.
I'm gonna make one of those dudes real quick.
Okay.
Hey, where's the new storage system at? Oh, right here.
Yeah. It's not really organized though. It's just a bunch of
Oh,
crap
okay.
everywhere.
That's
Yeah,
fine. I'm dumping this wherever.
I found in one of our chests that there's just a single oak button. I just DC'd.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I put on the texture pack.
I just saw some. I don't know who this is, but there's a random person on my friends list named Not Monday that I'm able to join, so I'm joining them.
Oh.
I'm gonna come in, do something devious, and leave. Outdated server. That's crazy.
Alright, well, it's working for me. I'm gonna catch myself on fire real quick. Yep,
That's
it's
crazy
basically not
sometimes.
there. It's basically not there. You can tell you're on fire, but it's basically not there.
Nice. Thanks, Susan.
Yup. So now, whenever McCaskey, whenever you fall into a lava pool, you can see what you're doing.
I can see myself die. Let's freaking go.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, by the way, I'm disorganizing whatever semblance of order was left in the chest. Dump that there. Dump that there.
McCaskey, whenever you download that, make sure just download it to like your whole Minecraft in general, just outside of worlds. That way, whenever you're playing on servers and stuff, and you get the fire
Oh yeah,
thing,
that's nice.
it's way better to see. I've played with it before on servers, and it's so much better. I haven't found a single piece of netherite yet. I've only used like 4 beds out of like 23, but still, I haven't found a single piece. I found some. Sweet. The game heard me.
Alright, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stacks of quartz.
Nice.
Wow, that's... I would need so much.
Out of how much? 50? So you have 10%? I think. Is that math? Yeah, I think that's math.
Let me go check. Out of 30.
Out of 30 stacks?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and I probably... actually, yeah, I probably will need 30. But I think that's gonna be enough for tonight. So I am kind of tired of... I don't think I'm getting off yet, though.
I just figured out something really cool I can do.
What?
So I can make it so that whenever I'm offline and you guys are streaming, my stream will just suggest people to go to your streams.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah. Let me see. It says, yeah, it features channels on my stream that I put in my suggested channels list. I put YouTube in there.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Found one piece of ancient debris so far. This is going magnificently.
Okay, I think I finally need to end this this darn stream. How long have I been going?
Gonna take to upload?
Oh,
Good luck on that, Davis.
Okay. It is a 4-hour and 30-minute stream. Okay, for everybody watching the VOD or... Let's see, is there anybody actually in the stream?
Thank you.
No. For whoever watches this VOD, thank you for watching. And, hope you can tune into one of my next Twitch streams. Okay. See ya.